Hello everyone, this is Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. I am Woman Grandmaster Keti Tazalashvili. As you can see, today I will be alone here without Michael Rahal. Michael will join me on Monday for the next round, but today it's gonna be just me and you. I got myself a cup of coffee for energy. You can also do the same because today we will need a lot of energy as all the favorites and the leaders are facing each other. We have this beautiful background. This is the live camera. This is Sitges right now, the seaside, very close to the playing venue. This is exactly what the players can see from the playing venue. Actually, it's time, I think, to take a look at the pairings and check it out. How many of the players are having 4 out of 4, 100 perfect score, 100%. And then how many of the players do we have with half a point behind? So here we go, 4 players. 3 of them are from India. We do have Painian against Citroman today, and another Indian, Raja Ratvik, against Horvat Dominic. Those 4 players are now having a perfect score, 4 out of 4. In the end of today, we might even have a sole leader. Then we have Dominguez Lanier with 2745 rating. He is in the top 10 rated players in the world. He will take today Pranav Anand with white pieces. We do have a lot of well-known grandmasters in top 10, and today they will battle it out for the very nice rest day. Tomorrow we're gonna have a rest day, and the round 6 will resume from Monday. We can see now the playing venue. Let's take a look, closer look in the playing venue and check it out, how the players are doing, how they are feeling, how many of them are actually at the table right now. We can see Dominguez with white pieces against Anand Pranav. In fact, we do have 20 players with 3.5 points, just a half a point behind the leaders. I don't know what's going on here, but seems like one of the games have already started. This kind of situations are happening when the players are agreeing to each other and also to the organizers to start the round earlier. We can see that they are in thought, but hold on, the games have already started. Okay, my bad, the games have already started. They have started on time, but there are some players who are not still on the board and they are just arriving on the screen. We can also see one of the strongest female chess players in the world, Susan Polgar, observing some of our games today. So, all right, the players are slowly getting into the game. For the moment, I don't have the moves on the first board. We do have here Painian against Sutraman, but we do have the moves on the other boards. So right now we can see the board 8. This is a grandmaster from Turkey, Wahab Sanal, against an international master from France, Giraud Joseph. I think I need here a help of Michael to announce the name in France. And as we are seeing this game, I think we can actually start to see what is happening. This is exactly the position, what is on the board between these 2 players. Looks very symmetrical to me, the position. And we can also see Dominguez is actually observing someone's game. So let's check it out how he's doing himself. Yesterday he won his game against Grandmaster from Ukraine who was rated 2400. Very important win for him. But his opponent was for 25 minutes late for the game. that could be really nerve-wracking for Dominguez. Well, you probably already know that Dominguez has a very good chance to get a spot at the candidates tournament. He just needs to gain very little rating, but that's a big task because he is, in fact, 300 or 400 more rated players than his opponent. So to win against them, Lanier is not getting too much, and he needs to win quite a lot of games. So here we have this position. It's just the beginning of the opening. Black just played c5, and he decided to walk a little bit around, as this is well-known theory, and now it is white turn to decide how to continue to play. Rook to e1 is the move, and we see here Dominguez playing free in the square for the knight, so knight will get on f1. The next move, the knight usually goes to g3, either on e3, mostly to g3, and then these two knights are looking for f5 and g5 squares. Also, the knight on f1 looks to be perfectly placed, because then dark square bishop will be free to move around, maybe to get the set on g5 or e3 square. So that's the white's plan. Black is also doing its own plans here. Rook to e8 has been played rather fast. Black also has some ideas to guard the pawn on e5 and perhaps to push d5 at the right moment. So he might consider here with black to play bishop to f8. Next move to guard the pawn on e5 with the rook, and somewhere to blow up the center with d5. For the moment, black's pawn structure on the queen side seems to be very promising for black, so black has a bit of edge on that side of the board because of the c5 and b5 pawn. White's pawns are on the third rank. They seem to be a bit passive for the moment. However, they are quite strong, and at the right moment, we might also see a serious blow up in the center. So one who goes with d4 or d5 might fight here in this kind of structures for some advantage. Knight to f1 has been played, and black is just blessing out all the moves. He goes now h6, avoiding any type of bishop g5 or knight g5. Right now those two moves are not making any sense, but it's good to control this square. There's also the typical idea, knight to h7, knight to g5, to trade the knights and also the dark square bishops. But no, instead of that, black sticked with the first plan and went to bishop to f8. This is all the theory that what we see right now on the screen. So here white has several choices. d4 is the most straightforward choice. You can play this move. There are some other moves too, like bishop to e3 to develop this bishop. There can be knight to f5 move. Well, plenty of the choices. Seems like here black Anand Pranav decided to blitz it out. He has 1 hour and 34 minutes in this position, and he is not afraid to play so fast against Lanier Dominguez. All right, shall we take a look what is happening on the first board here? The players were a bit late. Perhaps there was a line to get into the elevator because this main playing venue is on the 5th rank, and you can imagine how busy it can get right before the game starts. So here we have two Indian players fighting for the leader's position. Seth Raman was our guest yesterday. He showed us his beautiful tactical game. In the other game, he actually survived against young opponent and managed to win. Today, he is facing Ginian Pa, who is rated 2500 himself. He also has quite nice tournament. And talking about this position, this is a Slav defense. This pawn structure, it can be also the from the Queen's Gambit decline. So I would just rather go at the beginning to check it out. It started with the Slav, and then we do have bishop to g5 that transpose to some of the variations of the Queen's Gambit declined where white actually just delays the development of the bishop, because we know that when bishop develops, then black can comfortably take the pawn on c4. So now white is waiting what black will play. Black has here several moves. Black can play knight to d7. Black can play also b6 and bishop to b7. And there is also the idea to play knight to e4 to trade the bishops. There's also idea to play knight to h5. So plenty of the choices here for Setroman. He is taking here a deeper thought, and his opponent stands right in front of the board and tries to relax a little bit before the battle starts. This is just the warm-up of this position, as I have shown to you. There are many ideas. There's also the tricky idea a6 in the Slav defense structure pawns, which is threatening to take on c4 and then to play b5. Setroman played knight to d7. This is the most classical approach, just developing the knight on d7, making pieces stronger in the center, controlling e5 square, so white's knight will not easily jump here because it will be captured. And now white has to make decision to develop this bishop on d3 or first to capture on d5. So let's see. Actually, as I remember, if you capture on d5, and black usually likes to take it with knight to offer the bishop trade, now white has this move bishop to g3 to keep the bishop on the board and to play with more pieces. So here basically black wants to trade the dark square bishops and also light square bishops. That's too far from the reality, especially light square bishops right now from this position. But if black manages that, it's really, really safe position. So they actually blitzed out all these moves. Bishop d3 has been played. White decided to, without taking on d5, to develop the bishop. Black now took the moment and captured the pawn on c4. Otherwise, if black allows here white to castle, then to get knight on e5, f4, white will have a series controlling the center and very nice kingside attack. So black had to break through in the center, and now knight went to d5. Almost the same position what I was showing to you in the other line. This was the line that white could play, but now what we have I'm losing the voice for whatever reason. We do have this position, bishop is on c4, so this is actually better to have developed bishop. Now you are just ready to castle. Next move. White is taking here. We can see Ainian is taking a sip of tea or coffee, maybe even water, some kind of drink that keeps him in an energy, and he will actually, I believe, consider to bring the bishop on g3. There are not much of the moves. You can also take the bishop on e7, but usually it is black who tries so hard to trade the bishops off the board. I wonder if these two players are good friends of each other, if they know each other quite well, and perhaps they want to make a draw round before the rest day and then come back into the fight from Monday, round 6. We never know, actually. I wonder what you guys think. If someone in our chat on YouTube and Twitch has any idea what can be, any suggestion what can be their strategy, how would you actually deal with this kind of situation? If you're playing on the first board, have 4 out of 4, and you are playing against your countryman, would it be safe and peaceful run, or it will be the fight until the last round? All right, we can actually take a moment and move forward and check out what is happening on the second board. Here we have another pair of the leaders, Raja Ratvik against Horvat Dominik. Horvat Dominik is an international master from Austria. He is having a really good run. Perhaps he's even trying to get his Grandmaster norms. I don't know how many norms he has, but he is definitely getting some nice rating points at this tournament. So far, I can see that he is about to gain 10 points after beating 2 FIDE Masters, 1 International Master, and a Candidate Master. Today, he's paired up with a Grandmaster and has 4 out of 4. So here we have a little bit odd looking position. So I'm gonna take a look to see what happened from the beginning. So it was c4, and black decided not to fight in the center right away and just to play g6 to flank the bishop on g7, some kind of King's Indian position. White goes with e4 to control the center right away and not allow black to play d5 at some point, the Grunfeld type of positions. And black says, all right, I'm gonna do the same, control your d4 square. So now, as white has already played these 2 moves forward, then black can actually take advantage of d4 square, bishop to g7, guarding the pawn and also aiming on d4, and white is on time now to play d4. If not d4, then black would play knight to c6, and d4 would be a really long plan for white to be played. So we have pawn trade, knight takes, knight to f6, attacking the central pawn, knight to c3, guarding the pawn, developing the knight, and castle has just happened. Black wants to play rook to e8 next move to hit the pawn, so white has to here develop the pieces. White has to be very careful not to blunder anything in the centers. For instance, if you play bishop to d3, the knight will not be protected, so after rook to e8, some kind of moves like knight e4 will be a big struggle. So maybe bishop to e2, rook here, and then we might have some type of positions with f3. So yeah, I can actually put that on the board. White can play either bishop to e3 or bishop to e2, those 2 moves, to try to develop the king side. So here, maybe rook to e8 to attack this pawn right away, and after d5, very often black is preparing d5 breakthrough in the center to go after this pawn, either with c6 or with d5 right away. So I don't know how well d5 here works. Maybe just c6 and then d5 is a safest approach here for black. And in this position, after all the trades, let's see what we're gonna have. We do have very nice open diagonal for the pawn. I'm not sure why the pawn is here. White would actually would be happy to have the pawn on f2, not to have the weakness here, because in some positions the queen can get here, knight can get here, and the knight on d4 will be under attack. And as you can see, black has managed to castle and open up the center. All the black pieces looks quite sound and safe in this position. So this is a perfect scenario. Let's take a look actually what happened in the game after castle. Now white has to make decision how to continue to play to go against this quite powerful plan of c6 and d5. Well, we can actually leave this game here and let these 2 players to figure it out. Next moves and the plans, we can carry on and go on the board 3 as the game is progressing rather fast. Last time we have seen this position was somewhere here when white played knight over here, knight over there, bishop f8 was the latest move, and Dominguez here went to the main line d4 to try to get the space advantage to ask for some troubles in the center. So here black responded with pawn takes pawn, another pawn takes, and we do have here the backward pawn. Black has to somewhere think to push this pawn forward on d5 to trade the center and then to have some very nice activity of the pieces. Queen c7 has been played here instead of d5, and bishop to d2. White's idea is to play rook to c1. Next move to hit this queen. Bishop d2 is keeping the eye on the knight on a5, and white wants somewhere to maybe jump with the knights on f5, rook to c1, as I mentioned earlier, and somehow to make sure that white's pieces are all in attack against in the center. But to talk here from black's plan, black is having one problem here. This is the weakness, but for the moment it's well guarded by the bishop and the queen, and it's not even attacked by white. So I wonder what happens if some move like this knight to c4 happens and hitting the pawn on b2, how white has to actually respond here, because I'm not a big fan of the move b3 here to give up the dark square bishop here. Maybe after d5 this position can get really dangerous for white, as the bishop gets on b4, there will be a hole on c3 square, and white on the other hand has not gained anything. White might have some tricks here with these ideas to checkmate black's king, but g6 stops that happening. Bishop can get on g7. Later on, c3 square is a serious weakness in this type of position. So bishop d2 is on the board. The question here is what happens if black plays knight to c4. Here Paravin is not anymore blitzing out the moves. He's taking his time, he's taking his moment, and he is probably considering this move looks quite tempting. The other move is bishop to c3 to avoid bishop trade and also to guard the pawn on b2. And I wonder what happens after b4 to trade this pawn to that pawn, or there's also move d5. I do love this move d5. I really love this move d5 to get knight on d5. And after this move, you don't have much of the choice to push the pawn, because you can't really push this pawn. It's hanging. If you leave this pawn here on e4, then black will capture itself, and if you capture, then knight gets into the game. Knight is attacking here, supporting b4, getting on f4. Bishop can also get on c5. Ooh, that can get really spicy. So I believe after bishop d2, here Dominguez has some nice response. Maybe Dominguez wants to actually give up the pawn on b2. We never know, but we're gonna learn about that. Now it's time to move forward and check it out. The next game, what we have here is Aravin against Andres Kerelis, and seems like this is a theoretical position. So far, what we have here is theory. We can actually starting to analyze from here. We have a ruler pass, and here black just decided to capture the pawn on a4. White has given up the light square bishop, but white has also created the pawn on a6, which is a backward pawn and can be somewhere white's target. Also, there is a plan of opening up the center, but as the light square bishop is gone off the board, from the board, maybe knight to f1, knight to g3 would be here the best idea to somehow rotate the pieces on the other side of the board, and then at the right moment to push d4. That is one idea. So here we have still the quite heavy theory on the screen. We can see Kerelis Andreas from Greece. He's a grandmaster, 2500 player, and in this tournament it seems like he has drew one game and won all the other games. So he has faced international masters, won against both of them, and then he drew against FIDE Masters. So this is his tournament. And on the other side of the board, we do have Aramin, who made a draw in the third round against Kushko Dmitry, international master. So here Aramin has been played against 3 international master and 1 FIDE master, and has collected 3.5 points. Today he is facing his first Grandmaster opponent. All right, we're gonna leave this game here because it is still a theory. In fact, I'm gonna take a look on my second screen. If there is anything nice happening, maybe we can jump right away to that position. So we have something. We have something on board 6. Oh, all right. This is something. So let's start from the very beginning. We had Nimsa defense here, Nimzo Indian, with f3, where white wants to control the center, then develop the pieces, traverse the center, and castle and start the kingside attack. So black very often responds with c5, and b5 is not the most common move here. That's transposed to the other line, actually, which seems to be the gambit. So white can actually take this pawn here, and after capture, white can take here the other pawn. So maybe that's not the greatest one, because after this move there is the 5d4 coming along, and the pawn f3 is not the strongest. The pawn has to be on f2 and another pawn on e3 to stop d4 happening. So because of that, here white just decided that after b5 to ignore the pawn. And oh, what's happening on that board? I always wonder what is happening on that board. Really always wonder what is happening on this board. And this is the board, I think. No, I don't know what I think. I don't know which board is that. We're gonna figure it out later on. Let's focus on this one. After e4, black responded with d6. White started to develop the pieces, knight to e2, knight to f4, and then g5, kicking knight away. So white spent two moves here, knight e2, knight f4, and black just played g5 and kicked his knight back. Oh, that's rude. And then taking a pawn, and now queen goes to e7 to pin the knight. I like this move, some developing moves, stopping white's knight to move away. Then black responded with bishop to d2 to make sure that if black captures here on c3, then the bishop gets into the game. So black responded with knight to d7, developing move, queen to c2, knight to e5, heading to d3. Very nice outpost to give a check. Black very quickly castled here. Otherwise, if white castled, if white loses a chance to castle, then we do have. Oh, that's actually the game we're looking at. Okay. Oh, that's the game we're looking at. Okay, I couldn't recognize the players. So what we have here, those players. Okay, those players are Puranik against Abdi Salimov. Abdi Malik. So I couldn't recognize these two players, but right now we're looking at this one, and I think this board is the most exciting one. This board was already under our attention, starting from the beginning from the wrong reasons, and now we can see why so many people are around to this board and taking a look what is happening. Actually, I really wonder if black has here winning position or some advantage, because now knight d3 is coming with a check, king goes on b1 only move, and bishop to f5, threatening some nesty pins on this diagonal. And I really wonder if it is winning for black. Bishop g5 has been played here by Puranik. He hasn't thought so long, so perhaps he knows this position. And I can see that Engine is very confident here in white's position and says it is fine. It is just fine. In fact, black has to make here some decent moves to keep it going. So bishop g5, just pinning the knight on f6, and according to the online database, in fact, this is a theory here in this position. So wow, let's see what black will make here, what move will be played, but seems like there was some games played beforehand. So this bishop is pinning the knight. And perhaps is preparing knight to g3 to attack the bishop, knight to e4, maybe another knight to e4 to hit here. Oh, that's actually serious. So let's do black does some random move. Let's say a5. Why not, to push this pawn forward? So this allows white to play knight to g3. The bishop is hanging. You have to move the bishop away, and then you play knight to e4. Why not, to pin this knight? If bishop captures the knight, then you have another knight to get into the business. I think white is having here big advantage. So knight to g3 is a now serious threat. Black cannot really jump this rook anywhere, knight anywhere nicely, because here we go, queen takes the bishop, and this one is hanging. So if you take here, I'll take here, and white has some material advantage. So white is quite comfortable here in this position. Also, judging by the time, he has 1 hour and 28 minutes already played for 15 moves. 15 moves, this fast. Some of the increment ends 2 minutes from the starting of the game. That means that white is very confident. We do have actually a VIP board in this tournament, and today we have on the VIP board Kirill Alisenko, who is playing against Adar Tahran. We have Kirill on our screen. So he lost his game yesterday, but because of this board, VIP board, he is the higher rated players who is not playing on the top boards, and now he is taking this spot. Earlier it was Dominguez who was actually taken in this spot, but now it is Kirill Alisenko. I am wondering what is going on in his game, so let's take a look. He is playing on the board 13. Let's go and check it out. So here we have a very interesting start of a game. I really don't know what is this opening, so we go. I'm sorry, what? What is this, a3? Like, can you play a3 against Grandmaster? It's not rude to play a3 against Grandmaster. Tahran Adar is a FIDE master from Turkey and very brave man to play a3. Whoa, 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 what is this move? Is this the move that has some kind of weird name? You guys in the chat, let me know what's the name of this move. I created the video on chess.com with all the first moves, and a3 had a really weird move, some sort of chemical name actually. Yeah, some sort of chemical name. So you guys, you're gonna hear this question in about 10 minutes or 15 minutes because we have a 10 minutes of delay, but I will read it out. I will actually just read it out. It's not a problem, but I remember that this move was not very much recommended. I was not recommending this move, actually. Anyway, let's see how much here Kirill thought for this move. Oh, he thought a lot. Actually, it was white who thought a lot. 7 minutes? What? 7 minutes, 25 seconds. Either he was late or he thought a lot. Another thing is when you play against Grandmaster as Kirill Alisenko, who is 2670, almost 2700. You don't want to go to the some sort of main lines, so go for a3. Why not? If there is another line on the board, he might also go there. Like, why not? Out of all these moves, a3 has been played. Let's see what was his idea. Now e3. Now b4, he wanted to play b4 and to develop the bishop on b2. Black is doing just the normal moves here, developing move, and now capture that pawn, and the pawn has been gone. I blame a3 pawn to be the reason of that. So let's see how good is this position for white. So now there is some sort of trade. Let's see, to take here, take in here, and what white can play here. Maybe queen to b3 to hit the bishop. I wonder if this is anything serious after bishop goes back on d6. I want to play knight c5. I want to castle. I want to play e4 at some point. This knight is also hanging. I can double the pawns on the king side. So what is this really? Let's say bishop e2. I castle. You castle. This is just some moves, like not very deep, meaningful moves. And here in this position, I like knight to c5. First idea, to hit the queen and then to push the pawn. Or I can actually push the pawn right away. Some problems here on this diagonal, so knight has to go on d4. I can trade, then there is some issues here on h2, so at some point knight can go here asking for h3, knight can go on e5, then knight can go on d3, or we can just do knight here and knight here instead. So wow, this is a weird situation. This is truly very much weird situation. 1 hour and 10 minutes for white, 1 hour and 20 minutes for black. Black was not very pleased in this position. Maybe at the beginning to see a3 because he likes to see that kind of news. But hey, it worked out for Kirill Alisenko, and he's very confused. He's very confused actually. All right. Wow, and that's a surprise. That's a surprise. Today we have quite a start of a day. We have quite a start of a day. Couldn't ask for better. So I really wonder what's the name of this. I forgot it. I wish I had better memory. But anyway, I remember that it had some kind of chemical name. But let's see. Chat always knows. For sure you guys have seen that video. All right. So there's a good idea to go full screen. Let's now take a full screen of the playing venue and check it out how all the players are doing. So we can see that some of the players are walking around and looking at the other board. We also have some spectators coming in Sitges from Barcelona or nearby cities because we have weekends, and why not to enjoy that at the chess tournament. Also, in the end of the day, we're gonna have different type of activities. In the morning, we had also yoga class and some more cooking master classes. So you can see Dominguez walking around. He feels very confident. He feels very comfortable. We can also see on the screen Murzin in a red shirt, and here we have the next players. Let me check it out if I can find these players. Which board is this? I don't see which board is this. So in this tournament, actually, we do have a lot of women players. And it's always good to see some of the women players at this kind of very strong open tournament playing on the top boards. All right. Maybe I have to check it out by the... Oh, wait, hold on. It's a Group B. Okay, it's a Group B. We actually never had a chance to talk about Group B. So let me try to find out the board and some of the information. Okay, this is a Group B, of course. Okay, so with white pieces, we do have Kao, Jamison, Erdik, and with black pieces, we have Elina Andreeva. So in the pool B, we do have 3 leaders with 4 out of 4, and those 2 players are actually those leaders. And on the second board we do have the players with 3.5 and a 4 point, Hakan Yaramis and Mark Manucharian. And it's very interesting when in the group A we have 20 players coming up with 3.5 points. In Group B there are only 4 players with 3.5 points coming up closer to the leaders. This is the first time actually we see the Group B players. So those two right now are trying to find out who's the best in the Group B. We also have the prizes in the Group B, of quite nice prizes. Is a title, of course, to be the winner. And you guys, there's another thing that in the hotel where we have this tournament, and which is the place of the tournament for 10 years already. In the hall, in the main hall, there are some of the photos of the chess players and also the information stand. So the winners of all the group categories, main category, group or B group, or some rating categories, they are actually on the wall. It's written down, they have photos there, so it is very prestigious to be winner of any of the categories of this tournament. And you guys can see this beautiful background, just sun is going down. This is the sunset we have every day here. Well, it's fair to say that I'm here stuck in this room. We don't have here a lot of windows, but because of this video feed that European Chess TV is providing us, I feel like I have not missed any single sunset in Sitges. And you can see how strong is the sunlight here. It is beautiful. Today I actually saw a lot of people were swimming in the sea, enjoying their life. It is a Saturday and a lot of guests were just coming here to chill. So I would expect a lot of spectators, chess spectators today, just observing the games. Beautiful sunset. I'm gonna miss this sunset. In a week when this tournament will be done and I'll be back in Poland, where it's really chilly right now, snowing, I'm gonna miss this beautiful, beautiful sunset and sunrise that we have in Sitges. Well, you guys, this is a 10th edition, so seems like it's gonna be a tradition, another tradition of the chess tournament. So if you want to have some nice time, chess tournament, meet some chess people, very strong grandmasters, young talents. This is the place you want to be, and this is the place you want to play your chess tournament together with some nice time on the seaside. All right, let's see. I'm gonna try actually to find this game. If we have any possibility to check it out. No, I see. Actually, we should have it. Let's have a full screen. We can see Set Rahman on the background. And another thing which I really like about this event is that the players like Set Rahman, who is playing on the first board in the Group B, he's walking next to the board of Group B. Group B, we do have the players below 2,000. So this is a very nice chance for those players who want to increase their rating and who wants to become the stronger masters to be close to the chess players like Satraman or Dominguez. All right, I'm trying to get the game. If I succeed, I can bring it up. So far, I'm far away from succeeding it. All right, and Rev. Yeah, okay, we have to give up. I have to give up here. And just to see the game, we can see that white has a bit of space advantage on the queen side. Black is very solid, waiting for the storm to start. So this is the first board of the Group B. It's good to see them on camera, but unfortunately I don't really see the game. So we're gonna moving forward. I see Set Rahman is walking a lot, so let's check it out. Is everything going well for him? That's why he has some time to walk. We don't know that. Let's bring the chessboard on the screen and check it out. They have played more 5 moves, and the sun is at the right point to go down. This is so nice. You guys, for sure, you have made photos where you have like this, and there's a sun going down, or something like this? Yeah, for sure. We all have done that. We all have done that. Okay, so bishop went to g3, avoiding the bishop trade. That's quite a logical move. Knight takes the knight, and pawn takes the knight. So this is very nice shape of the pawn structure, just like this. This is the best shape of the pawn structure. So any kind of c5, e5, which is here the black's idea, will not be that damaging for white, because white has also quite nice support. And when white is ready, after castling, after developing the queen, maybe even get the bishop on this diagonal and the queen, then white wants to get more space advantage, and then white can slowly start to push the pawns forward to get more space advantage. Iñiapa on the screen, we can see him very deep in his thoughts. Let's see what's the reason of that. Roman here went for b6 to develop the bishop, castle, bishop to b7, queen to e2, c5, rook f to d1, and knight to f6 has been played. So this is actually very interesting, and the reason why white is thinking is that black just gave up the pawn. So I wonder what happens actually after this one. You can't capture this pawn because of the pin, so black was ready for this move. Now queen has to move away, or if you block the file with the knight, there's e4, you're gonna lose the knight. So if you block with the bishop, there is still e4 move, or there's bishop to d5, a lot of moves. Let's just say queen to c8. Now what happens in this position? If I take here, if I claim that I am perfectly fine here in this position. So you take here, I can take with the queen because this is hanging. To me, this move looks very logical, to just double the pawns on this side, and now to take the a pawn. There is the open file for this one. I don't know, I think it's a good compensation. There is this pawn. Okay, white has a problem with the pawn structure, but white also has a pair of bishops, so maybe we should not voluntarily give up the pair of bishop here, and just to take the pawn on b6. In this case, we are just having a fine position here. Black sacrificed a pawn. In many positions, it is just fine to sacrifice a pawn if there's a good compensation for that. Is there a good compensation for that? That's the question that we have to ask. I would here play knight to e5 to avoid any kind of bishop f3 in the future. Looking here and here at some point if black moves the queen away. So I don't know. I don't know how strong is the compensation. That's why here black is thinking. Black is a bit confused. What's happening? What happens if just white takes here? In this type of positions, very often black is struggling with the queen's position. There's not a perfect square for this queen, just like in the Catalan type of positions. If you go here on e8, like really you want to go here? Because there's bishop e5, there's knight e5, there's no square here on here. And if you go here, yeah, you can go here. In fact, you can go in here. So this is the only square, but you're taking the square away from the rook. Do you really want to do that? I don't think so. There's one thing to take here. Another thing is just to get ready for taking here. You can actually ignore all of these moves and play knight to e5 here in this position, and let's say takes. I think white is just fine. I would play bishop a6 here to trade the bishops, weaken the c6 square. In the other position we mentioned c3 square, so when the pawns are pushed forward on b file, they are creating the weaknesses on c6 or to c3 square, and that can be used. So we can also see set Roman set down on the board. This is our line, this is not the game. So he is also thinking the chance that he blundered in this position is very small. He actually took some time to play knight to f6. Not too much though, several seconds, but it was for sure rook to d1 is the latest move, and you don't voluntarily play knight f6 unless you have calculated all of this pretty well. All right, so very interesting game that was happening was on the board 6. So I'm gonna go there and check it out how the things progressed in this position. So after bishop to g5, black played rook to g8, makes a lot of sense to hit the bishop. White went to h4 to guard the bishop, and now queen to e5 to avoid any type of the pins of the board, and white is now on time to think. So quite difficult position. Besides avoiding the pin, actually now the bishop is well protected. You played h4, so knight g3 is no longer there because queen from e5 controls everything. And we have here Abhimanyu Puranik against Abdi Salimov with black pieces. Very complicated day. Game, a very complicated day for this to play, it's for sure, but the game is complicated. Is he going to play g4? Oh, he's going to play something on g-file. I don't think it's knight g3. So g4 is the move he's considering now. He's not certain. He wants to think. And as I'm alone today in the studio, you know what? I need my co-commentator, and Engine will be my co-commentator. Let me check with the Engine what's going on. Engine says g4 is the move you want to play here with white. In fact, it's the first line here, and if you don't play this move, you're gonna have a serious problems. Okay, the second line is, the third line is knight g3. That's weird move. I don't know, actually. All right, I understand. After queen takes g3, you take this one, but that's weird. He wants to play g4. Second time, he takes his hand back. He's not certain. Oh no, what's going on in his mind? That's very difficult to guess, but let's say king to a2. This is the second line of Engine, and after knight to f2, the queen is hanging, rook is hanging, another rook is hanging. It is very difficult to play, and he went for g4. Yeah, g4 is the move you want to play. So basically, if the knight moves away, you take the bishop. But if bishop moves away, that's interesting. What's white's response here? Can I play h5? No, I can't play h5 because this is hanging. So can I take here first and now play h5? This is interesting. This is very interesting. The bishop is hanging. Ooh, okay. There is one mysterious move. There is one mysterious move here, guys, in this position. Oh, that is really, really nice. And this is knight to e1. Whoa, this is so nice. I love that. Double attack of the queen. Are you losing a queen here in this position? Yeah. You're losing a queen in this position. There's knight to e4. I'm sorry, but this is too weird for my brain. It's too much. It's too much to handle. The queen is hanging, so if you take my queen, I'll take your queen with a check and attack in here. So black goes with this one, because the pawn is hanging, and why not to take? Rook takes here, and then bishop takes in here, and then knight to g3. Oh, pinning the bishop. Wow, and the rook is hanging. This is the madness, and the knight is hanging, and there is a pin here, and there is a pin in here. I'm sorry, what's going on? I have no idea. Look at these players. They are actually struggling to memorize what was here, the line for sure, and somewhere in their home preparation there is a line, there is a side line where the g4 is played on the board for any of this play. I believe it's mostly in Abhimanyu Puranik's folder, because his time right now is 1 hour and 21 minutes. So he was probably remembering the move. Black has burned more time from the clock. Right now, black has 59 minutes, so 20 minutes ahead here on time for white, and g4 has been played. What's the best move here? We have to check out what's the best move. So the best move, according to the engine, is rook takes the bishop. So black has to go through with all these variations that we have seen, and then make decision to take the dark square bishop. why not? Like there are not enough pieces hanging, so let's let's hang another rook. So after taking here, now black goes with okay, makes a lot of sense. And now the threat is knight e1, the threat is knight f2. You're sacrificing the knight, but after this one, knight f2 is a simple move. I still like this move, knight to e1, which is a huge blunder in this position. And this is getting too much crazy. Engine says like take the bishop. What's so big deal with that? Just take it. So if black takes here, then you have the open file and go ahead, get that. And if pawn takes, then you just take a pawn, because like you just sacrificed the queen and now take the pawn. And this is more than enough. I'm sorry, but this game is way too crazy. The rook is coming on e7 to win the queen back. Knight here is hanging. That's a really super crazy position. And we can see how many spectators are looking at this board. Let's now take a look at the full screen. So G4 is on the board, and after even rook takes G5, it is total madness in that position. So we need a full screen. We need to check out all the players that are looking at this crazy game. Look at this. Satraman himself goes there and checks it out and leaves. And there are some of the players that are looking to this game starting from a very beginning. So, whoa, I would name this game as a game of a day, but this is just the beginning, you guys. It is the fifth round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. I'm Kathy, alone here in the studio, but we have very nice games in progress. It's gonna be a lot of fun, you guys. I'm gonna take my first break now, and by the time I'm back, it's gonna be very complicated on this board. I don't think you want to miss any of the actions on this board or the others, so we'll see you in a minute. Coming back into the fifth round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. I'm Kathy, and today we are seeing some of the most excitements on the board. In particular, one game is very interesting. We're gonna jump over there and take a look how the game continued. But I had a chance to go to the playing venue. I think it was my first time that I spent so long time in the playing venue, and it feels so good. It has a really nice space. They can see whole view from the windows, a really beautiful view. We don't know what's going on here. We hope that everything and everyone is fine, but there's a very, very big smoke in the sky right now. We don't know what's that, but one thing that we know is that this round can be decisive. We might have some of the sole leaders or joint leaders in the competition. So far, we do have 4 leaders in the Group A and 3 leaders in the Group B. They are now facing each other. I think it's a good time to take a look in the playing venue to check out all the players, how they are doing, to have them on the full screen. Right now we can see Kirill Alisenko against Adar Tarhan. This game started with really weird A3 first move, and then it continued quite nicely for Kirill, and the next board is board 6. This is Puranik Abhimanyu against Abdelmalik Abdisalimov, and we can see that a 4th seeded player in this tournament from France, Jules Moussard, is taking a look at this game. He is very much curious what is happening alongside with another player too. We have seen many of the participants coming here and checking out. I think they stole the moment. Earlier rounds we were so much focused on Dominguez games, and we were like, whoa, what's going on? Can he make it to the candidates? Can he grab some of the rating points? And now this board has stolen the spotlight. I think we can take a look at the chessboard right now. The last move we saw was G4. White was attacking the light square bishop, and the computer said, take the bishop on G5. Let's see if that actually happened. All right, the chessboard will appear on the screen in a second, and we're gonna take a look what is happening after G4. I can see that the bishop has been gone. So after G4, Black responds with the rook to G5. Black is finally here. The only moves and the greatest moves. White captured it back. Now Knight and the bishop, they are both hanging, but this pin is so strong. The queen is now pinned. Black decided to step back. Just one move, rook to save the bishop. King went on the side. According to the engine, this was not the greatest move in this. Oh, there was the move actually that had to be played. It was not good to take the knight here, but king to a1 to make sure that there is nothing really bad on this file. And Black just captured the pawn on G5. I just wonder why not to play knight to f2 to attack the queen and the rooks at the same time. What is the move that White could play here? Oh, there is a check actually. There is a check which probably saves the day. So earlier this check was not possible because the king was on b1 and that would be a check, but now it's possible. So the game continued, king here, Black captured the pawn, and now it is White to move. White will take probably here some time. Let's check out some of the moves, what White can actually be playing here in this position. Still there's a pin. Black's king is in the center, but you don't really have anything to carry on e-file to give a check. Maybe we need to find the square for this knight to go. Maybe knight to c1 to offer the trade and then to give a check. This can be the move here.
maybe to play a3 here. Oh, I like this move actually, a3. We are sort of forcing to take here, because if you play bishop to a5, then queen e4 just wins a piece, so you don't really want to do that. And if bishop takes here, then you take with a knight and you just move your piece knight away. You open your bishop over here. Maybe even some kind of exchange sacrifice can happen here to eliminate two of the black's best pieces, and finally to start to give some checks. So this can be the move. It is white move. White is considering here some of the lines, probably so. It's not done yet. Still, there are some threats on the board, so white has to be careful. Black's king is still in the castle. Will this castle go on the long side? I don't think so, but maybe this king will go on g8 to have some safety here on that side of the board. So this game isn't that crazy, but there are some games too that are going to look, they're actually looking really good. We have to go back in Linear Dominguez position and check it out how this game continued against Pranav Anand. And here we have knight to c4. Here Anand found this move, so let's see what happened after this move. Linear played bishop to c3, not giving up b2. b4 has been played, bishop takes b4, knight takes b2, queen is hanging, queen goes on f3, and currently this is a position. So it's very interesting actually what is happening here. The queen is just under this diagonal, so it's a bit of pin, the pawn is pinned, but on the other hand, this queen can be quite useful if the knight gets on f5, with the idea knight h6 can be quite useful hitting on f6. Black's knight is a bit misplaced here on b2, so this knight needs to get back into the game, maybe here to hit the queen. That's one idea. White can also just play rook to c1 to hit this queen with the idea of bishop to b3. The f5 square is there, knight h5 is another idea in that position. So it seems like to be quite tempting position for white, and so far everything looks really nice for Dominguez, as he is in a situation that he needs to win and gain more and more rating points. So his opponent is 2500 player, so in case if he wins, it's not gonna be a bad day for him to go into the rest day with another victory. We had Linear Dominguez in the studio yesterday, and he mentioned that he has some health issues. In fact, he could barely talk. We're hoping that he will soon recover from the health issues. It can be the problem of the long trip that he had to travel from USA all the way to Europe. That must be not so easy. Going back on the first board, what we have over here. So here we have Inyan against Setraman. And white decided here in this position after knight to f6 pawn sacrifice to take it. Take it is free. So black then stepped the queen to c8 very fast. Pawn takes pawn, and knight to d4. I was suggesting knight d5, but knight d4 also looks quite nice to hit here, to go here and get some nice squares for the knight. I think I like this move even more. Knight to e4, just grabbing really nice place for the knight, and now bishop to f4. In fact, knight d4 here, this move was quite, after quite a long deep thought, so this move was played after 15 minutes of thinking by Setraman, and you can see he is 1 hour and 6 minutes against 45 minutes in this position. I don't see the time pressure coming up, time scramble coming up here to any of these players, even though that Inyan has 45 minutes, but they have already played 9-10 moves, so they very likely the time will not be an issue in this position. So bishop f4 is the move that white played here, and white is just claiming that I have an extra pawn, so I have quite nice position. There are some moves like bishop to a3 to hit the pawn and then to get this pawn, so you cannot freely move your rook away because this knight will actually do fork in 3 ways. That's a beautiful one. So black has some compensation for sure. Black open up the a file. The pawn here is hanging, there are some pieces coming alongside and having really nice position. So yeah, we're gonna see the continuation and the development of this game, and going forward to the game 2. They have played several moves, so white decided to play bishop to e2 and then to play f3 to support the center. Black went to c6. That was exactly what we were suggesting. But here, instead of castle, white went for bishop to g5. This is the idea to pin the knight. And in fact, after d5, to capture the pawn on d5 twice and then to take with the knight. So this will be pinned here. That's why black here first played queen to b6, hitting pawn here, scanning this diagonal, getting out from the pin. So now white goes knight to b3 to cover the pawn. d5 has been played. Pawn takes, bishop takes f6 now to leave the pawn on d5 without any hope, and the protection ends now. White takes the knight, d5, hits the queen on f6, and moves like queen to b2 should be played rather careful here, because there are some threats like knight to c7. Perhaps it's not working right away. Perhaps you have to play, I don't know, rook to c1 or queen to c1 or maybe even castle. But white has very, very nicely activated knight on d5. So let's see what will be the black's reaction. This is actually played. Oh, this is actually played. So I thought the black will go queen on d8 to play more safe game, but no, this is well calculated, and black is claiming that it is just fine to play a move like that. Okay, let's now analyze some of the moves. So what happens after castle on the short side, how black is going to continue the play, because so far there's nothing hanging on a1, so maybe knight to c6. Just a developing move here, and let's say rook to c1 might drop the pawn on a2, so we have to be a bit careful. But there is knight to c7, so yeah, actually I don't know why I didn't suggest that this move here looks quite nice. Oh, there's rook to d8, maybe that's why. Yeah, okay, queen to c1. And in this position, the bishop on e2 actually is hanging, so you cannot really play queen to c1 in this position. So let's check it out. The current position is queen on b2, and white is now thinking. Black has left the board when he made the move, so this is the moment for white to figure it out how to press in this position. So for the moment it is equal position, the pawns are equal, they both have 5 pawns on the both sides. Black is behind development of the queen side, but white has actually also not castled. White went for queen to c1 rather fast, offering a queen trade. When you have a king in the center, it's the best idea to trade the queen. So if something like this happens, and let's say knight to a6, first of all, there's bishop a6, but I think there's no way that you can stop. If bishop goes here, then probably f4, e5 just stacks the bishop here on d6, and knight c7 is hanging. So actually queen to c1 is a very tricky move. Queen trade offer, but if you trade the queens, you have to say goodbye to your exchange. So is this queen has to go somewhere back? Let's say queen to e5. Knight c7, and now I don't know, I really don't know. Like, for instance, where the knight goes on d7 or c6, I think any of these moves can be actually met by just capturing the rook here. That's the rook, that's the full rook. That's just an extra rook, and you play knight here and you're not even giving up your knight, so very tricky. A very tricky position. I don't know what black should play after queen to c1 here in this position. And we can see also some of the spectators on this board. Something happens very interesting in some of the boards. Everyone goes there and checks it out, what's happening. So this is actually funny. You can easily guess by the number of the spectators focusing on one game. You can understand that there is something very, very interesting going on. All right. Let's check it out. What do we have next? So here white is still thinking, so I can meanwhile go to, sorry, black is thinking. I can go back to the board 4 because I think this is quite interesting pawn structure that we can take a look at and check it out the last few moves. So we have seen this game with the rook on a4, and seems like here black decided to push f5, but white was on time to activate the knight in the center, knight d5, trade of the knights. So black has here pair of bishop advantage, but the bishop on f6 maybe is not so adventurous on the board. So for the moment it's really stuck between the pawns. And after g5, black was willing to open up the king side here. The pawns are not going this way, pawns are going to that way, and then we have g4. White is stopping that happening. Actually very nice move. I like this move because now knight can hit to f5, so rook gets on the second rank. White maybe will prepare h4 at some point if the bishop leaves this diagonal, and then rook lifts to the h2, knight g3, knight f5, rook to g2. There are some ideas here, so looks quite nice for white. With the black, what we can do from black side, actually I'm thinking to push somewhere d5 to open up the position a little bit. Maybe rook to a2 is against d5, so then we do have the pin on d-file. That's one thing, but for sure black has to activate this bishop. And while I just said that, maybe c6 and bishop. Oh, bishop can go on b6. Oh, don't know then. I don't know then. So this bishop is a bit of problematic here for black, and black. And also this bishop is not shining too bright. So meanwhile white's pieces are a bit more active, and white has really comfortable time on the clock, 1 hour and 23 minutes against 26 minutes. So by the judging the time, very often we can see that the side who has more time, like 1 hour difference on the clock, actually determines that this player is comfortable, feels that has an advantage, and yeah, the things are on his side. So let's now go forward and check it out, the other games, if we have anything interesting at any of the sports. I'm very quickly take a look at the second screen if there's something that calls us to go there right away. Also on the below boards, all the games are actually quite interesting, so all the games are really very interesting, we should admit. So I think we're gonna stack on the top boards for the moment and take a look at the board 5. This is interesting, and I don't think we have actually checked it. Ido Grosjean against Voldar Murzin. We have seen these two players playing some of the games at this tournament. They have been both on the top 10 board, top 10 boards. Wow, what's that? So let's see how this went. It's a King's Indian. Who doesn't like King's Indian, actually? And white just decided to play h3, g4 to stop f5 happening, and black says like, whatever, you stop me, I'll play anyway. And went to this kind of position. White has opened g file and long castle. Black has some nice attack on the f file. Now bishop to h6 to trade the bishops off the board and weakens the pawn on f2. So the best scenario here for white would be to take on h6, take on h6, queen takes h6, rook takes h6, and to play against these two weaknesses on the king side. Well, maybe even somewhere to take the bishop here and activate another knight, because those knights are fighting for the same square, and it would be really good. And we have a beautiful red sky. Oh, it's so nice. I like this view so much. Actually, we do have a red sky. You guys can see this is a live camera. This is exactly how it looks right now. And somehow this gives very nice energy to the players. The players have the like sort of terrace that they can go outside from the playing venue and take a look outside to this venue, or just to breathe the fresh air and just enjoy and relax a little bit. So we can see that it's getting dark in here. It's already quite late, 6 p.m. At this point, but sky never takes us down and looks always beautiful. All right, so let's see the current position in here. What we have, bishop to h6 has been played here by black, and usually it goes either way. Either white is checkmated on the king side, or black is fully crushed on the queen side in the king side. But in this opening, seems like the things went really smooth for both sides, and still the game is on. Nothing has been decisive yet. So I wonder if rook goes on h4. Will first this bishop be captured on d3 with a check, or actually this can happen because after this move there is this funny tactic. It's never bad to have some tactics on the board, and black is just lost. So in that sense, knight to d3 will make a lot of difference now. And after a queen to d3, you can take. You think I blundered a checkmate in one move? No, I don't, because there is a check, and after pawn takes here, black can play any move, queen to f7, rook to f7, rook to f6 to avoid the checkmate, and I think black is just fine, maybe even more than 5. Knight will jump on c5, and all the black's pawn structure and the pieces are super activated, and the king is very safe. So that can happen after rook to h4 if white goes wild and tries to checkmate on the king side. So, well, if I were white, what I would do here in this position, I would probably try to save the bishop, but I don't think this is working because there are some sort of tactics in this position. I was thinking about rook to f2. Unfortunately, this is not working. It looks really good, but maybe it's not so good. You can take with the bishop, but you can take... Oh, it's actually good. It's actually good. If you take here, now you lose the queen. Okay. You should always listen to your inner self, because the inner self is very often right in my case. And if bishop takes, then this is just a move. I think here white is very bad. White is very bad. So bishop to d3 is not the greatest move. Well, if the things are not going really well here for white, white can always trade the pieces. That's the one thing. And that white can do here in this position. And another thing is that you can just move the king away to have the safety for this king and to continue to play like that. There are some positions where white actually goes with f4, but seems like it's not really working here, because after this one, okay, bishop to d4 looks quite nice, but there is perhaps f3, and the issue is really serious here. And also there is this move or this move, and black has much of the options here in their position. So I'm not surprised why white is thinking here so long after bishop to h6, because one move can cause here some of the troubles for white. So we're gonna wait for white to make the move in this position. Volder Musin had played youth championship just 2-3 weeks before, and even though that he took second place, he became the vice champion. We should admit that he was struggling to win the game because the opponents were really strong and low rated. So I think the rating factor was quite important, because between him and his opponents sometimes were like 400 rating point difference, and that in the back of your head always takes some sort of it can be the reason of some sort of your actions. A person that we were looking a lot recently was Maurice James, who actually had a really nice tournament so far and was very decently playing against strong opponents. So he actually took down Grandmaster Alessenko Kirill and then drew against the Grandmaster Vignesh. So he's taken now another Grandmaster in this round, Jakobson Brandon from USA. This is the board A11, and these two players are actually ones who are very close to the leaders. They're still keeping the chances to win the tournament. And today we had some sort of side activities as usually, and we had the yoga in the morning, and I actually missed that one, but I saw the photos that James Morris was one of the participants who were taking classes of yoga in the morning. So he must be in peaceful mind for this game after yoga. And yeah, it's always so nice to see some of the leaders taking part into these side events alongside with the others. Okay, so what we have in the playing venue, what I have seen is that this is the VIP board, so the top boards. You can see these lines, the black lines, so you can observe the games, but you cannot get closer to the players. You cannot be destructive to the players. Sometimes not very intentionally, someone approaches to the board and maybe drinks something or eats something and it distracts the player, but here it's impossible. Here we have the VIP zone for the leaders. This is a top board and also a VIP board itself, one VIP board. There is also the stage, and on the stage there is very nice statue type of thing. And the top boards are also on the screen. And then we do have the corner of the streamers. So those streamers are located together and they are having the phones which are focused on their games, and they are streaming their own games. And then here we go, this is the view of the playing venue. As it's getting now darker, we can see that in the window there is not much to see, but I'm sure everyone was enjoying the sunset. And we learned that sometimes it's such a strong sunset that arbiters have to close the curtains to avoid the red light or the sunlight. So you can see all the games are in progress here on this boards, 5 boards. So there was a regulation for the streamers. If someone wanted to take this spot, they had requirements that you could apply for. And I was reading some of the requirements were saying that you have to have more than 10,000 followers on Twitter, I think, Twitch, to get the right to stream on this tournament. So this is really really nice view to check it out, all these streamers. Well, I'm sure a lot of people are observing their games and having a really good time on their channels. And then the other side of the board, we also have on the VIP boards, we also have the first board of the Group B, and the other boards are actually in a group B in this playing venue, but we do have also another big playing venues. So this is an overall look what we have right now. When you are in the playing venue, somehow it's a magical spirit. You can see how busy they are, how thoughtful they are. So I really enjoyed to have a moment to go there and check it out. All right, let's get back into the business. Let's bring the chessboard on the screen and check it out how these two players are doing. So James Morris and Brandon Jakobsen are the players. Looks quite peaceful position for me. The queen on f3. I don't know how this queen goes on f3, but so far looks quite nice. We can actually just see this game from the very beginning because they have not made too many moves. We had here the rook Lopez. White went with d4 and traded queens, and white actually voluntarily went queen to f3 with the idea to get this queen here to hit the pawn and starts very nice kingside attack. Black castled, and here white decided not to go queen to g3 yet because the pawn on e4 is hanging and you don't really want to give up the pawn that fast. First plays h3 to avoid bishop g4 happening. So now as the bishop cannot go there, bishop goes the other way and attacks the pawn on e4. White has to play rook to e1. In this position, if there is no pin, black can actually consider to take and play f5, but because of this bishop there is a pin, so that is impossible. Knight to d7 has happened. Well, sometimes not very experienced players, they're playing king to f8, and these moves can be quite costly with the idea to take and then to play f5, but it's not only you who plays this game, and after moves like this, white will play bishop to g5, pin the knight, then ruin the pawn structure on the king side, and black can find in himself into huge problems. So that's why knight d7 has been played to avoid bishop g5 happening. Maybe knight goes on c5 to get rid of this annoying bishop and to hit the pawn now from here. So just imagine if bishop goes on c2, then you can play f5 without any king move. I like this. I like this view so much. It looks so great. It looks that something is going on in the sky. Beautiful red color. So this is the final move here, knight to d7. So white is now checking out how to deal with knight to c5. You can always do this move to pin, but you have to be also careful with queen to e7 type of moves, because then knight to c5 will be even stronger because this pawn will actually hang. So in this position, to me, the bishop is the biggest issue here, where the bishop goes. Maybe bishop e3 to try to trade the pieces, but that not really stops knight to c5 happening. And another move that comes to my mind, maybe queen to g3 to hit the pawn on e5. So that's how we stopped this happening. I thought I stopped this, but it's actually not true, because after this move there is knight to d3. Thank you very much. This is also hanging. So maybe some sort of move like this or like that could work. Why not? And then this. And try to checkmate. It's actually not very true, but the ideas can happen like that. I see the black's time is ticking, so it means that white made a move, and obviously it's not the position, and white went for bishop to e3. That was the move that I was suggesting here, bishop to e3, but don't really know what happens after knight to c5 in this position, how white will gonna deal with this situation, because there you have to give up the dark square bishop and then you can't really fight for the advantage, or you have to get this bishop back on c2. And in case of f5, you just pretend that that was according to your plan, that you wanted to open up the position a little bit more, perhaps to take now and get this bishop back, maybe before and get this bishop back. But black has really good counter chances here in this position to start a nice game. So I'm gonna go on my screen through some games if we have anything interesting at this point, and I think the most interesting one is board 6, so you can just keep the eye on this one and check it out what is happening. So after queen captures g5, white just played a3. This is another this is a move that, yes, was I suggesting here to get rid of the bishop, because this bishop is not doing anything good for white here in this position. If you play bishop here, then queen a2, a4, and there will be the loss of the material. And if you don't do that, then you have to give up the bishop. Oh, there is another thing. How about we play a5? And if you take, I take, there's a check. This goes in here, then you play b3 probably already here, and then, I don't know, check and mate. Somehow. I don't know how, but somehow it is possible to probably mate knight e1, king c1, rook a1, that's it. Knight e1, king c1, and rook to a1. Gonna be a checkmate. So this might be very interesting sacrifice here after a5. Let's see what can do a5. Taking is a very bad move. Taking is a bad move, but a5 is not really threatening anything. In fact, like, okay, like I will not take here. I'll do any other move, and I will be still fine in this position. Like any other move, knight to c1, or maybe even knight to g3 to 94 kind of moves. So a5 looks really nice after taking and taking, but this take will not really happen. So instead of a5, it's better to find here something better. Maybe knight to f2 to hit the rooks and to queen. And let's say queen goes where? Oh, queen goes check. That's the move we were actually referring. King goes in here, king to f8, and now shall we take? Shall we take? There is one, either to take on b4 or to play bishop to g2 first. There's also this creepy move, f4, like it drops the queen if you don't take, and then I play bishop here. Oh no, I can't play bishop there. Okay, f4 is really creepy. So, okay, black is thinking in this position. After a3, black has to make decision. 27 minutes to the game, and they have made 20 moves already. So he has a bit of more than 1 minute and a half for the one move, including the increment. To take a closer look to the players, what do we have here? Abdisalimov Abdimalik from Uzbekistan. His rating is 24, almost 2500, and in this tournament he's performing really well. He has beaten international master and women international master, and the other two players were the untitled players. So far he is having really nice run. He's getting some of the rating points too, and for sure he enjoys the time in this tournament. His opponent, on the other hand, Abdumanu Puranik, is having had 3 out of 3 at the beginning. He beat 2 international masters, made 1 draw yesterday, and now he's facing first grandmaster in this tournament. Even though that he has really high points, 3.5, he is just getting 3 points of ratings. Knight to f2 has been played, and all the heavy pieces right now are hanging. So what has to be worried in this position? You cannot really offer a queen trade, because I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna take this, and then I also have a runaway square in this position. If you take here, I take here, knight is hanging. I'm not sure if white is doing a good job here in this position. I really don't like this position for white. So the move that can be played right away is queen to a4 check, winning some time. King can go on the side. And earlier, we were talking about pawn takes the bishop this position. Let's say if you take here, I take here, the pawn is hanging then. So maybe you can just take the rook. Which one? This one or that one? Very interesting. So if you take this one and knight takes, then the pawn on d5 will hang. Queen d5. Not doing a great job with the arrows, but try my best. If you take here, it's just a rook. It's just a rook you captured. So I take. You take, and perhaps d6, d8. Queen can get in here in c7 or c8. Difficult position, really difficult for black. So, Queen a4 is the move that has been played already, and king is on f8. That looks quite a nice position for white. It takes b was the move that we liked very much. We're waiting for the next move to be played rather fast. Although white has here almost 1 hour on the clock, he will take his moment here and figure it out what is happening. In fact, I'm gonna ask now a help to the engine to help me to check it out what's happening in this position. So okay, let's see. What we have over here. So our engine says go f4. I'm sorry, what is then after queen g4? Then rook to g1 and hit the queen. Queen goes to somewhere back. d7 perhaps. You take, and now you take here. And after pawn takes here, knight is hanging, rook is hanging, and I would think that black is fine, but in fact, three pieces versus 3 to 3, and white has extra rook. So if you get exchange back, if you get the knight back, I will have an exchange up. So let's say here, here, and here, this position should be still fine. Although black has very nice counterplay. Wow, what a crazy game. Even engine is a bit confused here. But it's surprising that these players are making like all the only moves actually, first engine moves, and very often we're saying that oh, the engine moves we don't understand and so on. Okay, we have actually in the chat, I see now the comments, a3 and Anderson opening apparently, played by Anderson in the match against Morpy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yep. Now I remember it. Idea for a lifetime report to our a3. Possible, why not? Why not to bring more and more ideas? It will be more interesting to have some of the different pawn structures that we are not familiar to. So yeah, why not? Anderson, okay. I should memorize what I'm recording. The game that I'm gonna jump back is the Leonard Dominguez, definitely, because we need to check it out how he's doing, because in the end of the day, he's fighting for the big prize here, which is the candidates tournament, upcoming candidates tournament. Leonard Dominguez on the screen right now. We can see him enjoying his time here in Spain. And when he was for the interview in our studio yesterday, in the end of a game, he said that he likes very much the country, obviously, because they're speaking his language, and he enjoys that very much. Food is great, the place is great, so all he needs is to gain but maximum 2 racing points at this tournament. Let me very quickly check it out, how much he is gaining or losing at this point. I think he's losing a little bit, not too much, just a little bit. Perhaps 1 point. Yeah, exactly 1.9. So if he wins today in this game, he can take back this 1 point and get more, I guess. So it will be plus something. Plus 1, I suppose. And then he will go to the day off with 2 victories in a row. That could be really good for the mood as well. All right, let's check it out. What is happening here in this position? Last time we checked it out, it was something like here before. Bishop takes before, knight takes, and queen f3 was the last move. So we said like, okay, white has great, nice activity. Black also goes towards the e5 square. Ooh, oh, excuse me? You just give up your bishop like that? a5, the bishop is hanging. And he did not want to go here because of this move, so he went bishop to b3 to hit the knight. Cannot take this knight away. And now you just take. You are threatening to play bishop b5. Thank you very much. The queen is hanging. You want to play... I would play knight e6 here. I know it looks crazy, but after pawn takes, bishop takes, check. Oopsie, check, and the queen is hanging too. So little tricks, they are never bad. In a blitz games, in a classical games, maybe not so much, but there is nothing wrong with knight to e6. Actually, I really like that move. I like also this move. So now black has a serious stress. Black has to think how to deal with this. I think black can consider to move the queen away. If I move queen here, I'm gonna fall for this one. Let's say knight from here to here. To keep the eye on this one within another knight, and let's say queen to e5, centralize the queen. Something is not so good. He made a move. And what is this move? So, oh, it's rook to c8. Okay, this is smart. So after this one, you're hitting the rook and the queen. And without a doubt, I think he wants to go here, 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 check. And I don't know, is this move? All right. What's the move now? Or you can just move the rook away and get this rook here. Yeah, just go here, get this one here. The pawn is under attack. You can play d5, activate your bishop. I'm certain that black is fine here. So we are very often saying that when we have queen versus 2 rooks, it depends how weak is the opponent's king. If the king is weak, the queen can be very strong. Very least, you have a perpetual check, which is very important when the king is weak, very least. But now this king is well protected by all these pawns. There is a castle in front of the king. And another thing, this is the first thing. Another thing is if the rooks are well coordinated, if they are connecting and they are supporting each other. So I think these rooks are doing a great job. And in fact, I think white's king after these moves will find some serious struggles. So this seems to be a fine decision from black to play. So this avoids bishop to b5, but is this avoids knight to e6? Because I really like that move. So the idea was to take here and to play this one, but maybe now rook is here and it's not enough. So let's calculate. It's queen for rook and the bishop. Oh, it should be. Oh, bishop and another bishop. Bishop and another bishop. So queen goes here, hitting the rook. If you play king to f7, then you will fall for f4, f5. But then we have d5. Why like d5 even here? Because there is a pin, you guard the pawn. Black's pieces are very active. Black's pieces are very active, actually. I think it's a good compensation. And also, the other thing is that after knight e6, are you forced to take on e6? I don't think so. You can actually take with the rook here. And after this, to go here. Let's take. King goes here, and now let's take here. Rook and 2 bishops are actually very good. Because rook is equal to 45 pawns, bishops are equal to 6 pawns together, and That is more than enough for the queen. Very good compensation. All right, if those are not the threats, then how white can play here in this position? Otherwise, white just gave a dark square bishop, and maybe that was actually not the greatest decision after all, if there is no any tactical motives in the position. How about knight to h5 to get rid of the knight? We have to be careful not to drop the pawn, so I think after this one, black will just take here, and we don't have much on f7 because queen is protecting really well. Okay, how about we just guard the rook? We need to guard the rook somehow. How about this move, actually? Now we're threatening stuff. Now we are really threatening stuff. Oh, maybe that's the move. Maybe this is the move. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go to the other game. This was game 6. And what happened? Is this the live position? Ooh, they went f4. Wow, they're playing the engine moves here. Wow, this is completely insane. This is completely insane. Wow, this is completely insane. All the engine moves so far they have played. Black has 25 minutes in this position, white has 49 minutes, and they are actually following all the computer moves. This looks scary to me. This really looks scary to me. So now the bishop is hanging, the rook is hanging as well. So would you save the rook or would you capture the bishop? Let's say it takes. If you take here, I take here, you take here, and I just activate my knight. The pawn is hanging, another knight is coming, f5 is coming alongside. I think white has fine position. They are actually making the moves, and those moves are a takes b, and c takes b is a good decision here because we have seen that knight takes on d1 is not the greatest move, and now the knight is hanging and the rook is hanging as well. So in the previous time before the break, I was actually suggesting this move, this one here, and knight to somewhere c5, maybe knight d3 first to cut this diagonal, and when rook moves away, perhaps here, then we go knight here, knight will get here, knight will get here. I'm scared of this position. At some point, the pawn can also go all the way on a5, a3 to threaten some serious moves. Interesting, very interesting how to play in this position. What's the best move? I have to ask the computer what's the best move. Let's go. Let's go. So, okay, this is a very weird move, but I think it's possible to see rook to d4. And those pawns are hanging. You are giving up the knight because you have to. Now this pawn is hanging, and after knight d3 in the same positions, rook takes on c4, and you are on time here with white. If the pawn is gone, then this knight is not strongest, so you are having now fine position. Perhaps now even b4. Oof, I love this position with white. Okay, let's keep the eye on this one. Will white find the move rook to d4? We can actually go full screen here at this point and check it out. What's gonna happen? 25 minutes for black, 47 minutes for white, and white is ready to make the move. Let's see. Let's see. Can he do that? Can he do that? Rook to d4 is in fact only move that white can keep the advantage. Other moves, not so much. This is the move that keeps the advantage. Let's see, will Abhimanyu Puranik will be the capable to find this move? He's 2700 guy, no joke. He is easily capable to do so. Actually, his rating is same as the rating of Murzan Voldar. That's not very often happening that we have the players with the similar ratings. And Rook, oh, Rook d4, he goes for that. Wow, these guys are engines. Wow, Rook to d4, only move that keeps the game on for white here. In the advantage we have on the screen Abhimanyu Puranik, Grandmaster from India, 26-27. He's facing his opponent Abdisalim of Abdimalik. They have done so far the great job. They both have played the best of the moves. After all, white has more chances here to get something because white has more material on the board at the moment. Wow, let's see. Extra exchange, white has 2 rooks. Black has more minor pieces. That is still something that we don't know what's going on, questionable situation here, but I think the things are heating up, and we are about to take our second break right now. I can see the positions are heating up very much, and by the time I'm back in about a few minutes, we are going to take a look once again all the top boards and check it out what is happening. So guys, don't go anywhere, I'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is round 5 at Chessable Sunway Chess Festival here in Sitges. Beautiful sunset here we have in the studio. Today I'm alone here without Michael, but I promise you he will be back with me in the round 6. Tomorrow we're gonna have a day off. The players gonna have some time to relax, to enjoy the city, and also to prepare for the next round. Also, we're gonna have a Chessable Blitz tournament in here in these playing venues. So it's gonna be a very lovely day tomorrow on Sunday. But before that, we have to finalize today's round. All the games on the top board are in progress, so you can see how important this round is. And we're gonna reach the half point mark in the tournament. In overall, we do have 10 rounds, and this is already the 5th round. After this one, we might also have a sole leader or joint leader, but so far we do have 4 players in Group A sharing the 1st to 4th places with 100% score. And in the Group B, we do have 3 players having 4 out of 4. So we have seen some of the crazy games. Let's now pull up the chessboard on the screen and check it out, what we have on the table. And this is board 6, Puranik Abhimanyu against Abdulmalik Abdusalim. And this game has been really awesome for us. Just realize that both knights of both sides are just standing side to side, fighting for the best squares. Here white has extra exchange, as you can see, but black has pawn for that, and very active pieces. The bishop over here controls the long diagonal. Knights are controlling this and this squares, and well, in fact, this is a very, very nice position, fighting position for both of them. Well, they have not made much of the moves, so after rook d4, this is a moment we stopped here and took a break, and the pawn on c4 has been hanging, the knight on c3 has been hanging, but black plays knight to c5. Can someone tell me what is going on here? Why no one captures the pieces here? Well, the thing is that black wants to play knight to b3 to fork the white's pieces. That's the reason. And white played knight to b5. Well, you know what? If you don't capture my pieces, I will just move away. If white takes here, then black takes here, and we're gonna have this very similar position as we were looking at. And we agree that white has a very good chances here to win. So black wanted to change something and played knight to c5 after really long thought. And here we have actually 18 minutes for black, and this is move 27, so white has to make 13 more moves in this position. Might not be very difficult, but it really depends how much time he needs to find out his next plan. So after knight b5, question is what happens for the check. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blundering some stuff here. I thought it was a draw for a moment, but the knight is here, and we can distract this knight from this position. So you have to now go for knight d4, and let's say knight e takes d4. The pawn is hanging on c4. The pawn is hanging on d6. What is really black's idea here? How black can continue to play? Let's say knight to d3. I take here. And once again, this check is not possible, and perpetual is not possible because white has very strong knight on the board. So knight to b5 into the game. That actually asks some questions here in this position. I have to ask my friend engine to know what's going on here. Let's check it out, actually. Let's just check it out. So knight to b5, the engine says that it is a slightly better position for white because white has extra material, but it's not so bad for black. Go just knight to b3, give a check, and after king to a2, don't capture the rook, play bishop to d3. what is this move? I think the move is a6 to kick the knight and then to capture here and then to capture full rook. So you're not trading the pieces, you're capturing the full rook. And after this move, the engine says you better take this bishop now here if you want to play for a win. Pawn takes, king takes the knight. Can I do this? d2, bishop goes, d1, rook takes, knight takes, and in this position the engine says that after knight to e to d4, white has very good chances. So black has a rook, white has two pieces. The pawn structure is like really bad for both sides. This pawn is hanging, this pawn is hanging, and we know that two pieces are more than one rook, so it usually is better, but it's not so bad after all. Black can play something like a5 in this position and keep it going on the queen side. Wow, so tricky, so tricky. So this is the current position. Black is burning some time, 15 minutes on the clock right now. I'm actually thinking maybe bishop to g6 right away is also something that you can take into the consideration. But engine says go here and then bishop to d3 to create some sort of threats on the board. We have to take a look what is happening in the game of Lenier Dominguez. He played the move I suggested. That might be a bad sign for Dominguez. Or no, he didn't play. Okay, he didn't play that. Instead, he played after rook to c8, he played queen to b3, just building up the battery on this diagonal. Knight d4, he gives up the pawn. And let's see, black just takes. And here Dominguez goes bishop to e6. Very nice one. Very nice one. Decided to give up the two rooks for a queen. When if you move your queen away, first of all, where you go, this is hanging, the bishop is hanging. So here in this position, queen to c1 has been played and seems to be the only move to be played. And now bishop takes the pawn, check, king has to move away. King usually can go here not to have any further checks. And now in this position, you cannot do much. You can't capture this rook because this one is hanging. So you have to do this, this, check. Here we go. And this is the position. So two rooks versus queen. Earlier, I told you guys about how we can evaluate the position, the weakness of the king and the rook's connection. The king is weaker in this position than the other position. We can see those weak squares around. Rooks are not connected, but that's not a big of issue. Black just needs one move to go to connect with another rook. So I think this is a good deal for Lenier Dominguez. Oh no, I just checked here the move and this is insane. d5, rook sacrifice. You take here, check. It's a checkmate actually. If you play f4, I take this one. You play g3, I checkmate your king with bishop, and the rook. Wow, that can be really ugly end for Dominguez. So after this one, is it possible to find this move? Of course it's possible. We have a grandmaster here on the other side of the board, Pranav Anand, 25-20. You're Anand, you can't be bad at chess, right? They say just like that. So d5 is the move that I'm sure he sees that. King went to h7. Not a big deal, I think. Not a big change, I think. So we have several more moves. King is already on h2. And this is the moment of through d5 or not to d5. And it's interesting. If you play d5, black has here a really good position. And it's not winning or so, but it's still game on. And if not d5, then white is taking over. So let's now dive into the variations. Let's first check what happens after d5, how white is avoiding bishop to d6. The move is queen to g3. Maybe this is not very natural because bishop d6 is like a pin now, but in general, this is a good move because you can play f3. Next move, go after this one, and you want to play queen to g6 or bishop to g6. There's also this type of moves, and to play then bishop to g6. So this is one thing. The question is what happens after rook to d8. Then we are struggling with this one, so it's not so clear. Knight to e6, bishop goes on d6 and f4. The checkmate threat is on the board, a rook is hanging. What's going on? Somebody help me, because the move that engine suggests is a g5. Seriously, this move? So if you take here, I take here, and it is goodbye for white's queen, and totally winning position. After g5, the move that white should play is to move the queen away to give this a move. And now if you take on f4, I'm gonna checkmate you on g7. Very complicated position. This is actually hitting up very nicely. I don't know how good this is for Dominguez. I'm sure he prefers this position from the black side, rather than to have white side. After d5, things can get really tense. Is there any other move? d5 gives a really nice advantage to black. Let's say f3 to hit the bishop, and after bishop to d6 to play g3. I'm not happy with this decision. Not happy, because then the king will be weak on the second rank. Even though that engine here is fine with white, it is so difficult to find all these moves. After rook to c3, now things are just falling apart. You're on the third rank, and you can just go to this kind of end game where the things seems to be just fine here for white, even though that black has pair of bishop in this position. White is just on time to play this one and to grab the pawn on d5. So Lanier made a move. Oh, it's a d5. His opponent found d5, and Lanier is not thinking a second. He wants to make this move, his move next. I think he should take some time to think, to digest what's happening. I'm sure he was looking all of this so far. He has good 22 minutes for next 10 minutes before the increment. He has to pause for a moment, because this is a tricky position. If he loses this game, he will lose a lot of rating. I don't know if that's going to be enough to recover from the rest of the 5 games here in this position. So he has to be very solid. Draw is still game on. He will lose some of the rating points, but he's in the game. Lost here in this tournament, he will not have that much of the chances to qualify. But as he mentioned in the interview, he's taking this as a chance, and of course he had to try. Maybe chances are slim, maybe it's really difficult situation for him, but he is trying his best. And of course, there are a lot of questions because we don't have the top players playing in the open tournament, and very often there are questions like, oh, why is that they are not strong? Why things are getting so weird for them? Because there's a lot of things on the table. Your opponent, who's a grandmaster, really good grandmaster, can find a way to hold the game in like equal, and then you are the one who has to risk. Meanwhile, when you play against the opponent who also has 2700, if it's equal, you take a draw. And when you play 2 or 300 lower rated player than you are, draw is not a good result, and you want to get more. So, okay, he wanted to play very fast the next move, then he paused for a moment, and now he's diving more into the variations. If not d5, I was not able to show you on time because he made a move very fast. For instance, rook to e7 makes a lot of sense actually. From distance, this looks something that I would play, but this one after f6 gives a really good advantage to black. And even after that, d5 is the move that you can play. If you don't play this move, if you go with the bishop somewhere else, you might find yourself into serious troubles after this move. Perhaps then this and this. And here any trade could be good for white. Light square bishop trade. Then, wow, black will have problems on the light squares. Okay, anyway, that's the question of the past. And we cannot really answer to that question because the Anand Pranav already played d5, very strong move, threatening bishop d6 and all the ugly continuation on the side. We suggested queen to g3 to avoid this one. Very difficult move to play. There's also knight to b5 to avoid bishop d6, and the third move is f3. I don't know, this looks to me very dangerous and also sort of dwarfer in that line. Bishops versus bishop and the knight seems to be quite equal position. So that is really getting tricky. As Lenier is thinking in his position, I am jumping back to the game that we were looking so much at, and after check on b3, white played king a2 and bishop d3 has been played on the board. Black has 10 minutes on the clock, but so far, starting very beginning, they are playing the only moves that the strongest engines are suggesting. So well done to these two players. Time to get back on the leaders board. First board, here we have in Nyan against Satraman, and this is currently the position. Not much of the change here. White has extra pawn, black has active pieces, and very nice compensation. Is this enough? Maybe yes, maybe no. We're gonna learn it very soon. So now black wants to get this queen here to increase the pressure to a2 pawn. White played f3, perhaps to play for next move to shut this bishop down on this diagonal. So the game is still on. Here Inyan has 9 minutes and Satraman has a better time management in the game, 25 minutes until they reach the 40 moves. And guys, we have the classical chess time control, which means that the players have 90 minutes, which is 1 hour and 30 minutes, and 30 seconds of increment of each move. And then after 40 moves, if you reach 40 moves safely, you're gonna get additional 30 minutes. Knight b5 has been played, looks very nice. To my eyes, the knight is leading to d5, or bishop can also go d6, or bishop can also go to d6, and white wants to get a bishop. If you get a pair of bishop in this position, you might find yourself into a very comfortable situation with pair of bishop and extra pawn. All right, moving forward, we need to check all the games on the top board to check it out what is happening. This is another two players with a 4 out of 4, board 2, and here we can see that black has an extra pawn. It is white to move. White's rook is very active. There's a light square bishop which can join right now into the game with a check. So let's check it out what happens. Is there bishop to c4 or maybe even bishop to b5 to pin the knight and the bishop? Let's say this one can go here, and is there a compensation, because white has a bit of problem of the back rank. You cannot freely take the pawn. Let's check it out what happens after the rook takes the pawn. There is a check, you withdraw rook back, and now what is happening here in this position? Perhaps just rook to e8. Just to play this move, black is threatening to take and activate the rook here, and this is a bit of problematic here as g1 square is controlled by the white's dark square bishop. So we have to play something like g3, which we can the side, maybe even somewhere h5, h4 can be played. So very interesting position. Black just captured the pawn. It is white to move. This is board 2. And moving forward to board 3, we were looking at this position. Lenier is in his deep thoughts, 16 minutes in this position. Let me check how many moves they have played. It's move 30, 10 more moves to be played. It is really critical position for Lenier. Now going forward to board 4, we have Aravin against Andreas Kerelis. I can see that Andreas has 6 minutes in this position, and he just played d5. He has pair of bishop advantage here, and at some point we were talking about this, that the pawn has to be pushed, but the bishop was here. He managed to get this bishop here on the side and now pushed d5. When you have a pair of bishop, they say it's good to have the open diagonals, open file, open position, to have the fight on the both sides. So that's what black is doing, to open up a little bit the position so this bishop can breathe for the moment. There's no square for this bishop. I would say that white is having slightly better position. Also time-wise, 40 minutes here in this position. They have played a 37 moves, so there will be no time scramble for black, even that black has 7 minutes here in this position. But black can easily make 3 more moves here, as especially the pawns are about to be traded, so perhaps something like this can happen, or after taking here with the rook to take and then we can the knight. So white might just play some pass move like rook d2, rook d1 to maintain this strong center and the knight here. Let's see how this game gonna go. And moving forward to board 5, we are very soon arriving to the time scramble situation. So here is the next board, Ido Gorstein against Voldar Murzin. Here we had the King's Indian position and they traded the dark square bishops. The light square bishop has been saved in the position, but it's now on b1. This is not very active square, but hey, you are just threatening the h7 pawn. Maybe it's not so bad. Black's knight is at the starting position, but this knight will get back into the game on d7 and then will probably find a way, maybe even for knight d5 to activate the knight to get some nice squares for this knight. Rook to g7 and rook to f7 has been just played here in this position, so now white has to make decision to trade the rooks or to withdraw rook back on f2. This game might end in a draw, but knowing Voldar here, he likes to play long games, he likes to use all the chances, and his opponent just trades the pieces, rooks right now, and let's see what is his next move. I would be suggesting this move, but not sure if I want to leave one bishop against one knight. It might be too crucial for whites to have the bishop. If the bishop is a bad bishop, it can be problematic. So maybe rook to g5 with the idea of bishop f5 and activate this rook. Maybe rook to g2 to avoid any kind of rook f2. King e2 is another move you can play here to control this square. Black has risk-free position. Moving forward, move board 6 first, checking out. After bishop d3, white is still thinking. And now we do have board 7. Board 7. Here we do have Petkov, Momchil against Sasikirian. These players are also the group of the leaders. They have only shared half a point with their opponents in the 4th round. So very nice standing. And we can see now white is dominating the board. f5 has been played here. So if we just go a little bit back, seems like we had this King's Indian position where e takes happened, and usually this is quite peaceful position, but white somehow managed to gain some space advantage on the king side, and now f5 has been played. White has a pair of bishop, always good idea to open up the files and the diagonals for the bishops. Now black is trying to control the file, but all those squares are controlled by white, so you don't really have much. Only 5 squares now possible to be controlled. Maybe white will not take here, so that allows black to activate the knight on g6. Maybe something else can be played here, something like bishop to g5 to hit the knight here. There is also bishop to f4 to hit the pawn here. This type of ideas. There's also king to h1 to bring this king into safety, but there will be some like h4, knight to h5, knight g3, some really weird ideas from black as well. So here white has a bit of slightly advantage of the space. Black doesn't have much of the moves. If white somehow managed to get anything on e6, it's going to be even the rook on e6, like exchange sacrifice, will be really good strategical point. Something like knight e2, knight e4, and knight to e6 could be the idea. So if I were white, I was also thinking about these moves. 22 minutes for this position and 13 more moves to be played. I think it's a very good time for that. All right, let's go forward and check it out other games and check what is happening on the board 8. Here we have Wahab Sana against Gruel Joseph. So in this position, seems like white has a bit of odd pawn structure, but white pieces are very active in the central or central of them. To me, this looks quite even position, although I like somehow black's position more because of some kind of holes on the dark squares, but not too much, to be honest. Moving forward to the board 9, we are going to check it out what is happening here. So this is the board 9. I think we took a look earlier to these players. Fernando Parelta against Bryce Tiglon. Here we have the end game. Pair of bishop once again for white and the pass pawn on c-file. This is a good pass pawn already on the side of the opponent's board, and black has a double pawn. Those pawns cannot be created a pass pawn, so because of that reason here white stands a bit better, but white has to find here a way to improve the position. Maybe it's f3, something like g4. It's good to open up the position, activate your pieces. Maybe there is like bishop here, rook here on b6 first, and bishop to b5, but white goes to king h2. Perhaps this is the road that white will willing to get with the help of the rook b6 and bishop to b5. That actually is possible. So this is board 9 and board 10. What we have over here is another endgame, Wisach against Sokolovsky. And the position seems to be quite nice for white, because white controls the only open file, and when there's an only open file on the board and one side controls that, that side has usually have an advantage. In this position, those knights are fighting for the same spot, so especially this knight is weak. White knight can get in here, or maybe something like that to sneak here, attack this pawn is possible. Black has to get rid of maybe the pawn on c-file to open up another file for the rook. So it is black to move right now, and move like c4 can be actually considered. Probably white will play b4 in this position, not to open up the queen side. So black has to make very important decision here. If we play something like rook to c8, you might have some issues with this c pawn later on. After rook takes rook, king takes rook. So this is actually a good candidate move here in this position. Okay, things are getting very, very interesting in this one as well, and we can actually take a look what is happening on the boards 11. White has here 5 minutes. Black is trying to attack on the king side. Started very beautiful attack with the f pawn and e pawn. They are going forward. The bishop controls very important h2 square. Knight is a bit passive in defense right now. But the question is, what is the final blow here in this position? How black should play? Let me think. To take, we need rook. Okay, maybe rook here, and think of some sacrifices. Bishop f4 is out there as well. And this can get actually very interesting for black. As I've got just informed, we're going to have a guest in the studio, so it's going to be our technical break, you guys, and we'll be back with the guest, so see you in about several minutes.
coming back in the studio with a very special guest, Julia.
Hello.
People knows you as Jules Gambit.
Yes, everybody calls me Jules in my life, except it's technically not my legal name, so Fide uses Julia. I know it's a little confusing.
Julia Schulman. Thank you so much for coming here in the studio. You're one of the streamers at this competition who is playing and also streams. First of all, is it difficult to play and concentrate on your game and also somehow to worry about your stream?
I think definitely being at this tournament makes it a lot better. I think in a lot of other tournaments, they're not as supportive of streamers, but here, you know, they provide us with everything we need. They're very supportive. All the people I've been playing have been very open to being on stream. So that makes it a lot easier. I also assume there's some pressure on my opponent as well, and that kind of evens out.
So you need the equipment before all the rounds from your opponent as well, right?
Yes,
to get the right to.
I always ask because I assume they would know with the whole setup, but I think it's just always polite to ask.
Okay, that's so cool. That's so cool. I've heard that you had a really good game today.
I did.
let's bring up the chessboard on the screen and take a look at your game.
Yeah.
Who was your opponent?
Yeah, so my opponent was in 1881. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name, but his name is Aritz Iagani, I believe it's. I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names. But I was white, so I was hoping at least for a draw, but he's a little higher rated. So should I?
Yeah, let's start. Let's start it.
So I saw in my prep that he plays the O'Kelly variation. I prepped the Maroxy bind. But then I got a little bit off put because I did not look at d6 because all of his other games and everything I've seen from him and from sort of other players, it's e6 is a very common line, or maybe the knight moving out onto c6, but he did not do that. So I kind of decided to try the same thing. And then I saw him push e5, which again, and now I can't play my
you can play d4 that you were playing,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
You said that in your preparation, are you preparing by yourself through the database, or you have a coach or someone that helps you for this event?
Yeah, so I have a coach back home, and then I have a friend who has been very, very, thankfully helping me prepare during these tournaments, because I don't. This is my second FIDE tournament of all time. So I'm very, very new to it. So shout out to Kosha for helping me prep here, and Andre McAvey for my coach for giving me some opening lines from back home.
Nice.
But this one I was really upset about because now I'm like, well, what do I do? So I don't like this move that I made, Bishop e2. It just felt a little claustrophobic, but I just didn't know what else to do. He moves his knight out, I castle, and now all my opening plans were kind of kaput. I'm not sure about d3, but again, I just wanted to open a bishop. He goes in as well, and I saw in my prep that he's a very positional player. He doesn't really like tactics, and that's where he messes up. He's a very strong positional player. He is very solid. So I really wanted to get to something aggressive, so I was a little upset about whatever this is. The knight move, I wanted to put my knight in there, and I was calculating knight takes and trying to push his knight onto kind of an inconvenient square. If a5, I think I have b4 or something of the sort. But after I played it, I didn't love it so much because I felt like it was kind of committed. And he also has that outpost as well. So this is interesting. I can't tell if this was a mistake in the game, but I spent a lot of time on
It looks really
before,
good, actually,
yeah.
before. How would you describe your own style of the play? Would you like more complicated position or more strategic ones? What's your taste usually and the style?
Yeah, I love tactical positions. I've been trying to get more used to positions I'm not as familiar with. I am not. I would say I have decent positional knowledge, but I'm not definitely not as strong a positional player as most of my opponents. So when I get into a slow passive game, that is where I start to fail. So I love these complicated tactical games. This is a little interesting. I was debating which pawn to take with. Decide on the c pawn, just keep the strong center. And then knight here I took as well, and this actually looks pretty fine for me. I went f4, which it looks like the engine does not like very much, and I understand why.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
for me. I like it very much. So you're threatening to take the pawn and then to have the passed pawn on d5,
Yes, exactly.
which is well protected. And otherwise, you can also play f5 and g4 and somewhere to attack on the king side. I like it.
Yeah, the thing that is a little bit that could be a little uncomfortable is his next move I think was really interesting because now I'm almost wondering if takes, right? It looks like it would be decent for me, like he takes the f pawn and then brings his knight into that outpost. But I'm like, how do I get that knight out of there? Like if I ever take back with any minor piece, like he has that center, and now we're just kind of like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah.
So I pushed f5, which was not good because now it's very committed, and I think I've lost most of the tension in the center. But that was my reasoning behind it. I just didn't want to allow a strong knight outpost.
Were you there considering some move, maybe bishop g4 instead of f5
Interesting.
to get rid of the knights and to
Yeah.
let the black play with the bad bishop on e7, but also very difficult to give up the bishop for the knight, right? In the position where you want to start the attack on the king side.
Yeah, I was wondering if he just brought his knight back, right, to f6. What would the follow-up be there? I guess I could just take the pawn and
Yeah.
it looks much better than what I did, honestly, looking at it now. I thought I was being aggressive, but I think you're right. There's just a lot of weaknesses there. So yeah, he would play b5. This is a move, I just wanted to be able to bring my queen out a little bit, maybe start making some threats. I was a little lost here, so I don't think this is the strongest move. He obviously wants to trade my bishop. I do not want to let his queen in. I do not want to trade my queen because his knight's going to just be all over all these holes. So I moved it back, which isn't the best move. No. What would you have done here?
I would actually bring this bishop maybe the other side of the board, bishop e1, hoping that later on I can kick the queen g4, h4, this kind of ideas. But you know, there's another thing that you can actually leave this plan here and maybe to play rook to c1 to go for c6 square, for instance, and somehow to start the play on the queen side. If the rook gets on c6, it's very comfortable for you because the pawn on d6 will hang. Pawn on a6 is also weirdly hanging there. So yeah, I think that's fine move.
I like both of those, especially bishop e1 makes a lot of sense because you aren't allowing the bishop on that e3 for life, basically. But yeah, so that wasn't very smart. He took advantage of it. I just wanted to connect my rooks, basically. And brings it down, and now it gets really complicated. So this is when I was really feeling the pressure of my position. I decided to go g3, which I felt like it was a risk, but I need some form of counterplay.
Yeah.
Like if I'm just allowing him to do what he wants, you know, he's gonna trade, double up, you know, get his rook on c3, and it's just not good for me. So I need something. So I played the move h4 here, which, you know, just trying to force his hand. Takes. He doubles up, which is obviously strong. I take here. Just try and keep it out. So this is where it gets really, really bad, so don't judge me too hard.
No, I only judge grandmasters.
Perfect, I love that. Yeah, I brought my bishop back here. I was hoping for, obviously, a cheap trick, which you can just see I'm frustrated at this point. Like, I'm just frustrated with the game. I'm hoping for the cheap trick.
I like this move because the black's latest move, queen to d8, he wants to play queen c8, right?
Exactly.
So probably you're thinking f6
Yeah,
move.
exactly.
Yeah, so I like that.
But I almost feel bad making kind of like a dumb move, expecting my opponent to mess up. And he's a solid player, so he, just brought it back, and now I feel a little uncomfortable because now I have to defend this g4 square as well. So I bring it back down. I think I should have probably put it on e2. I was just thinking, maybe eventually getting a4, blocking this c2 square.
Yeah.
But it's a little uncomfortable. So here is where it gets really, really weird. I kind of made the decision in my head. I'm like, okay, if I play kind of safe, I'm pretty sure I'm just lost. I have to find counterplay really, really quickly, or he's just getting everything he wants. And he's been playing well enough not to mess up this kind of position. So I go here, which I was aware was a really, really unsound move, but I'm trying to goad him into tactics, and I'm trying to go for maybe eventually like a G5 push if I can, and at least make his position complicated.
Yeah.
Like at least make him think, because this is his position beforehand. Like he loves these kind of positions where he can get what he wants positionally, and he's just great in it. And I knew when he loses, it's usually like due to tactics. So he actually went for knight e4, and I was like, okay, I have to
Oh, wow.
I have to go for it. So this gets a little crazy, and we both spent a lot of time calculating.
Okay.
So yep, this is the plan, and obviously I can't go to h1 because my queen gets taken. I don't have enough compensation. So I was looking at king f2, and basically, I just want to. I don't know. I just want to either be able to take the rook and get a pawn for it, and when losing my queen, or defend. So it gets a little complicated here. I think that was probably inaccurate. It's a little bit more challenging. Actually, it's interesting. If queen takes,
Yeah.
I was looking at the move bishop f3.
Oh,
What do you
okay.
think?
Oh, you can actually make it on the
Can I?
board.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you. Bishop f.
Queen h4 first.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Here you go.
Queen h4.
And
And
then
bishop to f3. Ooh, look at this. Queen h4 is not the accurate move because
Yeah.
of bishop f3. You got it.
I think it's the only.
You got it.
I was looking at every line. I think it's the only
Yeah.
one that saves it. All the other lines lose a queen with very little compensation, or you get mated. So, yeah, it's still uncomfortable, but it's actually kind of scary for black as well. 'Cause if
Oh,
you don't
this
get
is
anything,
very interesting because, like,
Yeah.
for instance, after rook to h3, what would white play there?
after rook to
Can make it.
h3, yeah.
There is a check. If we play king here, there is this one. Oh, there is, in fact, king to g1.
Yeah.
If you check with the queen, then I cover with the queen. If you check me back, I can cover with the bishop, or I can repeat the moves, and I'm
Yeah.
fine with that. So yeah, bishop f3 is obviously saving the game.
Yeah, it was. Why is the eval low? I thought it was a draw when I calculated it, but maybe I missed something.
Nah, it's
it's just
not
being- yeah.
it's not too much
Yeah.
much advantage actually.
Yeah, so he sees that. Like I can tell because he takes a really, really long time to make this move, and I don't have a lot of time. I go here. I thought this was decent, but apparently they have a pretty decent follow-up as well. He goes check, I save. He goes here, I go here. I'm actually not sure what he was supposed to do, but here, back,
So just
Yes.
repeat it.
Yeah, and I was looking at, okay, can you bring the rook
Yeah.
to the third file and maybe put it on the E square and threaten something, but I'm just not sure how he makes progress here in this position, and I don't think he was either, so he went for the repetition because he didn't
Okay.
want to risk
Yeah.
being down a piece.
Yeah, because it can be also very tricky for him to keep it go, and if he's on checkmating white's king, then it's an extra piece and things
Yeah.
can change. Wow, that was actually a very interesting game.
Yes.
You were having a really nice time, and at some point it dropped down. There was a move that you were thinking too much, or maybe the plan where you lost this time from the clock.
Yes, it was, I'm very bad with time, but after here, debating this move, right, I have to see if I lose.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of variations, as we've seen, to calculate. I was trying to calculate all of them. I'm not
when
sure
he
how
played
accurate.
when he played
Yeah.
well, there is actually, to save here the time, after knight e4, if you move the queen, you are just lost, right?
Yes,
You're lost a
exactly,
pawn, another pawn, h4 d3 is hanging.
Nice
So
coming
it's
in.
always good to take the knight.
Yes, just go for it.
Yes,
Have the suffering be over.
Yeah, because here you are like speculating what will be the next move from this position. But when you take, you don't have another
Yeah.
option, right? You have to take it, and now let him burn his time. And when he
Try to
makes the
yeah.
move, now you can think. And because at the beginning, from this position, when you're thinking, probably you think also queen to h4, maybe
Yeah.
that you can play, or maybe rook a3. So you're really saving here some time, right? To
Exactly, true.
to go here. So
No, that's smart. That's smart. I could have used his time, and I think he probably would have thought about it for a little bit. And then I don't know why I used so much time here. Yeah, I think I was just lost on my plan. I was very upset that I was married to my prep. I and I didn't get to do it. And I was like, I want that kingside attack. Like, I want it. I didn't get to play it. I'm really upset. So I went for it, even though it's super unsound. So I think I was just kind of lost for ideas at this point. I know he's, I know it's his even, but I just feel like he's more comfortable here. His knight can come into a bunch of different spots. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure your coach will tell you exactly how to play, how to proceed in this position, and obviously it's gonna be another very good experience for you to learn this type of positions to deal with. I have so many questions to you because, as you mentioned, this is your second federated tournament, right? So now you're in the playing venue with another 400 participants in both pools, A and B, and some of them are like super grandmasters, like Lanier Dominguez and Satraman and so on and so on. How does it feel to be in the same venue as the other fancy guys,
Oh, it's so nice. Usually when you're a lower rated player and you get exiled to like the tents or like the other rooms, and it was just such a cool experience. They let all the streamers stay in the same spot, so it's just really easy with all of our gear, which was very kind of them, and that meant that we got to be in the same room, and it's a really cool experience. I've had bad time management, so I haven't gone to like look at games too much, but when I have, it's really inspiring just to see all these people who definitely know what they're doing.
Right. Let's now bring the Lanier's game on the screen, so we can just also follow this game. He's struggling a little bit.
Okay.
So as a background, you guys, let's bring up the chessboard as well. Now on the camera we have this Twitch corner, and very often you have the view of beautiful sunset and beautiful seaside. How much your viewers actually enjoy that view?
I think they've been loving it. I've definitely seen comments on it, and even for the players, you see when the sunset comes down, everyone stops and just looks, no matter what they're doing. It's so beautiful.
Right. What do you think about this position? Lanier with white pieces. He has a queen. His opponent has 2 rooks. Which one would you prefer here, queen or 2 rooks?
In general, I tend to go for queen, but here with the pawns going on here, like that passed pawn, I feel like rooks are a little bit more advantageous because the queen also can't really threaten much here. But then again, everything's easier to see with an engine.
Yeah.
But I definitely feel like with those pawns and with this structure and with the king kind of stuck where both kings are actually, it might be nice. And also that knight's kind of stuck too if you look at that.
Yeah, this knight is like forced to control this square. So here black has several options. It's white to move, but like if it's black to move, then this might be even lost to go after this knight and then bishop to d6. Or there's also another idea to play this one and then to play here and here.
Oh.
So in this case, I think that this king is like a bit weaker than black's king because black has the bishop, very important defender here for this square. And if it's a white move, it's not this rook just hanging, so I really wonder what happens after this one.
Oh,
this might be
they get the
really
queen, right?
bad.
Yeah.
Oy.
I guess both. Could you just take the queen? No? Like you could just pin the queen on d6?
The next move, yeah. Or maybe even here. In this position, you can even do it here. So you can imagine how bad is here for the position for white. You can even go here, bishop knight to e2, and then to take here, and you have extra exchange. But after taking here, bishop d6 is a threat. Let's say we try to stop the pawn. Check is on the board, one thing. Another thing is that I don't really see how white is stopping this pawn's rolling, and there's no any single check for this king. Oh,
that's beautiful. And they have so little time too. Look at that.
So little time. 4 minutes and 20 seconds for Lanier, and he has to make 7 more moves for the increment. Before the increment, so
this is not a position I'd want to be doing in 4 minutes. Would you?
No. With black for sure. I like black's position here.
But there's so many minefields to avoid here for white here. Wow. This is really interesting. So what's the best move, do you think?
The best move? Oh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I would think to go queen maybe to e5 to go after this bishop, somehow to hit this rook too. And it feels like they have to find their own ways here. They are not
That's
good
true.
on this diagonal. So I would think queen to e5, something like that. Another idea was h4, h5 to at least to eliminate the light square bishops to have some like checks on the board, but that takes 3 moves. Too much. Yeah, I was stuck with this move or with this idea. So difficult.
No, interesting. No, that makes sense. You have a little counterplay there. Wow. Okay.
Oh, actually, after this move, you're gonna take this pawn.
Right.
You're gonna take this pawn somewhere. Maybe that's the move. But I have a feeling that there's like 1 or 2 safe moves here for white, and the rest of the moves might be just too bad. Yeah.
So how do you feel about him using so much time here?
This is a critical moment. I think he has to do it. He's very fast player. When he needs, he calculates so many moves. So very often when we're burning the time, me and Michael, my co-commentator, we liked to use this term that we're circling around the variation, going again and again, same variation. But these guys, they use every second for finding new ideas. And I think he's investing it really nicely right now. 2 minutes although.
Yeah, and that's so interesting because I know a bunch of people who play chess more casually have the same experience where like we've come up with a line and then we have to go over it 4 times just to make sure.
Yeah, over and over.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
My favorite part.
Exactly, and you're like, well, does that actually work?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's so funny. I always tell my students, like, when you calculate the line, give the evaluation and get rid of that. But when it comes to my own game, somehow I'm forgetting everything.
No, absolutely. Or it will look good again, and you'll be like, did I look at that already?
Yeah. It's very difficult. So I have seen some of your tweets that you were pointing out some of the Dominguez opponents, like 1800 player. You're very closely following to his games and his situation. What do you think? How hard is his situation right now after in 5 rounds?
I think everyone in the world is following every chess person at least is following this right now. But it's so hard at these open tournaments.
Yeah,
it's so hard at these open tournaments. There's a reason why players struggle with these kind of tournaments because you have so many strong players and it's hard to gain rating.
Yeah.
So especially, I think if this turns out to be a loss, that will be really tough for him.
He will lose a lot of rating points and would be very difficult to recover. And he just needs 2 rating points to get himself into the candidates. Yeah, so hard.
It's hard. And I was wondering if he was tied, I believe, after round 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I was wondering what the decision between not dropping out of the tournament was.
He can't really drop after first round. He has to play very least 5 games to make this rating valid according to FIDE regulations. So this is 5th round. If he managed to get +2, like 2 rating after this game and 6th round, he can actually get his rating. But before that, it was impossible.
So I see that a move has been made.
Queen to e1 has been played. This is not the greatest move, but his concerns were probably regarding to this move, rook to c1 to avoid that. His opponent went all the way to the other side of the board. Rook to c8. I was really wondering what if rook to c5. Now, okay, there's no this pin and the winning the queen, but you drag the king on the back rank, and all the bad things can happen when you have a weak back rank. But instead he went rook to c8 very fast. He's blitzing out a little bit the moves.
That is really interesting. Do you think he's going for a draw?
Anand?
Yes.
Here's a moment when you have a moment to win against Dominguez. I think you should
You should
try.
take it.
Yeah.
Yes, I think.
Would
that's
you take
everybody's-
it?
Of course. I think that's everybody's dream here.
Yeah.
Like when do you get to play a player of this caliber? And imagine bragging at Thanksgiving for the next 4 years.
Yeah, he was here yesterday in the studio, and I asked, when was the last time you played against 1800 players? And he laughed very hard.
An 1800 that's beating IMs, yes.
Yes.
Rough.
Yes. Meanwhile, the games are finishing. On the first board, we do have Enyan against Roman. They tied the match, so they are actually having 4.5. And we do have a sole leader in the tournament, and that is Dominic Horvath from Australia. They have just finished the game. He managed to win, and he has 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5. Wow. That's exceptional.
Yeah, very nice. Very nicely done. He's international master. I'm sure he wants to get his grandmaster norms here. What is your goal in chess? What do you want to achieve in chess?
I want to become a women's candidate master.
Ooh,
So 2000 FIDE.
nice.
Yes, it's a long way to go, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I was 900 USCF about a year ago. So working a lot, and hopefully one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have some changes from New Year, so it's the 2024. Some ratings will start to increase.
Very nice.
So maybe you will be very close, because I personally believe that it's unfair for the players who are starting to play chess to start with so low rating, because it's a very, very long way to go to around 2000, and we don't have that much of the tournaments to over the board. So that's a very good
Yes.
good rule, I guess.
I would love to agree with that because it benefits me. So it's fantastic. And also the good thing about this tournament, I was like, if I do lose rating, I just have to wait a month and it will come back.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
a freebie,
Rating is so important. So in this game, this is the game Dominguez against Pranav. Do you mind to stay here and look this game before the time increment? We can maybe analyze this together.
Sure.
I know there are a lot of side activities here.
No, it's all
probably-
fine. It's all fine. Yeah, of course. I could use it. I could use looking at some good chess after my game.
Okay, so the light square bishops are off the board, and I was thinking that if the light square bishops are off the board, the white will have more chances. Now, for instance, if knight gets here, it's going to be very tough. The bishop is not very good looking at the moment, so it's interesting how Dominguez managed to trade. It was just like bishop e6 right now, hitting the rook and the bishop, takes, and king went on h8 to be at a safe spot, and f4 has been played. Dominguez wants to kick the pawn and open up the king. So if the king is open, that queen will become stronger. Another game has been finished, and this is Kirill Alisenko. Oh, he lost second game in a row. Oh no, he lost second game in a row. And you know what is funny fact?
What?
Is there a loss? Maybe it's a loss. I see the king on d5. His opponent played. Okay, I'm gonna show you this.
Yeah, I would love to
I'm gonna
see it.
show you this. I'm gonna show you this.
Do
It
show.
was board 13, and so here Kirill Alisenko is second-seeded player in the tournament, very strong, almost 2700, and he plays against FIDE Master here, and his opponent goes and plays a3.
No.
And he wins the game. It's rude.
No, and that's the psychology. Because imagine, right?
Yeah.
Imagine you've been prepping all day, right, for this game. You lost a game before. You really want to win or at least draw with black, and your opponent plays the
A3.
disrespectful A3. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's so
This
funny.
guy should be the happiest guy right now. It was a joke to play A3, to be honest. Probably very deep preparation to with the coach. But look at how proudly he walks away.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I just have to see how this opening shapes up.
It was not good, actually.
What is happening here?
He lost that pawn on the way, but he was fine afterwards. Just lost that pawn.
Oh my gosh. I guess it was worth it for the memes, right? Look at those. How did he lose
Ooh, then he started really nice attack on the king
it?
side.
Wow. You see, he got the kingside push.
Yeah,
Look at this.
it is what you wanted, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, nice. Look
This
at
is
how,
nice.
oh, he really weakened all the squares on the king side. Goes now f4. I don't know about this. I really don't know about this.
Oh my, whoa, 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 whoa.
Everything just falls apart.
Look at
Oh,
that.
he plays like a boss, you know. Just it's my game.
Yeah, well, you have to when you're playing A3.
Wow.
This is really interesting. He must feel amazing about this game. Like, this is one of the games he's going to show people for a while, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, this is pretty. Okay,
Oh,
yeah, just look
nicely
at this.
done. Oh wow. A
Oh my
full
gosh.
domination. Now the knight is also hanging on the off the board, and he's actually losing the queen. After this move, there is queen g8, and if you play this move, you can go, sorry, this one, and then checkmate on the back rank. So it was a game over. Let's go back to this game. This is the tense moment here. They have traded the light square bishops. Black started to push the pawn forward already on the fourth rank, but it's not stopping white to play f6. And after this move, white is now in the safe side.
How many moves have they made so far?
That's a very good question. Let's check it. It's a 38. They need to make 2 more moves before the
Okay.
time increment.
Okay, so that should be good. That should be good. So this is interesting. This is very interesting. Do you think Pranavadan would be happy with a draw here?
Yeah, he would be happy with a draw for sure, but to be honest, as the tables have already turned now, I think Lenny are in a very good situation to win this one. So it's a bit weird to be so so, so brave to say that with this knight stacked in here, but I love f6 so much.
Yes.
This is the move that perhaps Dominguez is now calculating.
And his opponent won't have much
and
time to
goes for
calculate
it.
it either, too.
Yeah, 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes. But I think when he played this rook to c8, there was his chance, and he blitzed out this move very fast. I don't know what he was afraid of, but like move to c5 or d5 looks so natural here instead. And from this moment now, all these moves for Dominguez is very easy to play, you know, to play f4, f5, and then f6 comes, 3 moves comes alongside. D3 has been played. Oh, I don't know what's going on here.
Oh my gosh, okay.
So black is about to be queen. White can't really stop that happening. Knight is so misplaced, cannot get back into the game. There's queen to f7 move to be played, or just to take the pawn and to give a check. That's one way. After this move, I wonder if black is planning to play bishop in here. Oof, what's the move? I don't really see anything. Maybe knight c7. If you take, I take, and rook is hanging. So if d7, you play knight e6, and now white has very good chances. You just take here the next pawn. They're playing so fast.
Well, they have to. What's going on here?
D3, and what happened after is okay. Lenier just didn't go for too risky line, and now I think he wants to secure the draw very least.
Do you think he's going to go for some sort of perpetual?
Yeah, I think he has to. He has to do that because in that position, what we were seeing, he had this pawn. And when you have this pawn, if the knight gets somehow inside the black side of the board, it's something. But now just the queen can't really checkmate the black's king, right?
Yeah, and that if he takes a draw here, which, I mean, probably
Yeah.
is the best option, of course, that's going to be hard. Could he make up the points with a perfect score?
He can, because he's not losing too much. His rating is also quite high rated, 25-20. So he will lose probably 2 points, and it's gonna make total like 5. And with all the wins, he can recover it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you play lower rated people too when you take a
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah, and on top of that, he's also quite sick now. When we had him
no.
yesterday at the interview, his voice was very low. But yeah, he wasn't so stressed. He said it was my chance. I had to take it, and then I will just say that I tried it if it worked out. So
You have to admire the commitment, right? You
Yeah.
can't decide when you play. You just have to play when it's called to you.
yeah.
Yeah. That's probably not what the result he wants right now, especially as white here.
Yeah, sometimes like when something like this happens that you got last minute chance and then you play tournament, you go through so much difficulties and you qualify, somehow you're lucky, you know. And at the candidates, you can feel that luck. But this is very beginning to say yet, the final results.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but and it also shows that these are all really strong players, and we don't actually see a lot of top 10 players playing in Open, so it's really interesting to kind of see what happens.
Yeah, the tournament that Magnus Carlsen lately played, the Open tournament, was in Qatar Masters, and it was so difficult for him, and so many opponents were just making moves that was enough to make a draw. They were not fighting for a win, and it was really hard time for Carlsen to face. Also, Hikaru had a quite hard time to win the game because of the choice of the opponent. They just don't fight as much as the others would.
So you have to not make the best move. You have to make the move that gives you the most winning chances, and that's risky.
Yeah. All right. I think we do have some increment already on all the boards. So let's take a quick look what happened on the first board. Here we have Enyan against Sutraman. Sutraman seems to have very good chess tournament, and also he enjoys very much the time here in this tournament. Looks quite equal position, rooks and the pawns on the same side of the board. That's a draw. So going forward, we have to check it out what happened in this game. Here Black was having extra pawn and quite nice position. So after this check, oh, that's my line. Oh no, it's a game. Oh. So there was a trade and rook to f8 to hitting the bishop, and then rook to f2. I'm sorry, it's sacrifice of the knight, but there's a checkmate on the back rank. So there was a rook to d7, not the most accurate move. Wait, what's going on? If you take, I have this move. Okay, let's show it. I have this move and I'm hitting both of them. And there's a back rank issue. So if you go here, I have knight e5 and the same thing. And you are somehow limited to the squares, and you can go here, but again this move.
That knight can reach everywhere.
Oh, rook to7 is a blunder. Oh no. Rook to7 is a blunder here. So a6 is the move that you don't expect here because knight is hanging and then this pawn is also hanging. So that's understandable blunder. And now he just lost a piece.
Oh, and that's kind of over from there.
Yeah.
It was a nice spot though. That is a really nice tactic. That
very nice tactic. Very, very nice tactic, yeah. And the back rank issue. I think we're gonna see this game on the puzzles of chess.com
on Twitter as well too.
Yeah. So this is Dominic Horvath is now the sole leader of the tournament when we have 300 and plus players. So he must be very proud of his play. And this is the game. Here Dominguez will take his time. He just got the increment and he made a move. Now he is burning his opponent's time, so he has to make decision. Do you see here White's starting the attack somehow?
I am just assuming that he's going for some sort of draw here. I don't see any sort of attack at all. It looks like White's the one who kind of has to defend against everything in this position. Mm-hmm. What would you do? Could you even go for a win without just losing this immediately?
No, not really, because like for instance, Black here makes any move, let's say here, and we need to get this knight into the game, and check is not the option, right? Because it's a draw. Black is just coming here, and if we get the knight into the game, then we have once again this issue.
Tactics, yes.
Yeah. So there's not much in this position. I think he already just made up his mind that it's a draw and
gonna get some dinner, try again the next day.
Yeah, something like that. So going forward to the board for this game is still in progress, and they have so many pieces on the board. That's weird, but they just got the increment.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's see what's going on. These are one of those positions that's easy just to like look away and be like, a grandmaster game, you know?
Yeah, it's quite difficult actually.
All right, what's going on here?
With this bishop on the board, life is not easy here for Black.
Yeah, that bishop is not going to be free anytime soon.
Yeah. So I would think here's some most like rook to h1 maybe to threaten to take here, and then queen can also take because it's a pin. That's one option to be played here. Another option is just to take here and to play bishop e3. So that's a weird move because we just said a bad bishop. But after that, after the trade, we are weakening e5 pawn and h6 pawn. So we basically were weakening the king as well.
Right. Do they have to trade though here, right? Could they just find another piece to defend that bishop with?
Like takes in here. If you move your bishop away, then you lose this pawn. So basically, and I'm threatening this one. You have to take here. I take here. I hit the pawn, and also this pawn is hanging. Let's say king goes in here, and now I don't know. There's
maybe you just bring your rook to h1.
Yeah, I think this is it. Rook has to go here, and
what about opening up the position with like knight f5 or something?
Knight f5 check. I love this move. I also like very much g5 to bring queen into the game, or knight e4 to get the light square bishop like that. So we are so good at guessing.
It's so easy when you have the engine. It's amazing.
So here, and pawn takes, and it's white to move. It's white to move, and if you just capture the pawn on g5, I think you don't want to give up this diagonal, and yeah, black is just going.
Just back down there.
Yeah, just go in there.
Interesting.
To trade, it's very very often weird to digest. Like the bishop was so bad bishop, why you're trading to your good bishop, but after this trade, you just weaken very important 2 spots and also the king. So that's why this can be quite nice. Moving forward to the next game, board 5. This game has ended in a draw. Not too much here because they just have not too much of to play. And this game was so crazy.
Okay.
This
what
game
have we
was
got?
so crazy. And there's another game which ended, which is board. Oh, Dominguez. Oh, I couldn't recognize it. It's Dominguez. It's a draw probably.
We got the draw?
It's a draw probably. Yeah, draw for King G8, and he offered a draw. And yeah, black is very confident here to offer a draw. If you don't want to draw, you're going to lose it. So.
Yeah, they didn't want to play it out.
Wow.
Yeah, just want to go to dinner, save a few minutes.
Yeah.
Right? No, that's super fair. That is super fair.
Okay, so the game has ended here in a draw. It's always good to have a good result and when you go to the rest day.
Yes,
you have a
and
good
then you feel
mood.
good.
Yeah.
And this is a great result too. This is one I think he'll be happy about for a while.
Yeah, he might lose this actually. He might lose this game. Dominguez, if his opponent would just think at least 2 minutes in the most critical situation. Let's just finalize this game. It was board 6. We had really tense position.
Oh, wow, okay.
The last time we stopped here was rook. Yeah, exactly this one. So black is pushing with all the pieces, but white has extra exchange. And starting from the beginning, they were playing the engine moves here, the best engine moves. Then black got this rook back, but white has extra piece here for several pawns, and it seems like rook d2 is a blunder in here, and he had to keep the rook on the board. Maybe something like rook to b5 and this, or maybe just to activate the king or push the pawn, something better but this one. And in this position, I don't know why this is so bad, because you have 2 passed pawns on this side and 1 here. I would think this is winning.
Maybe you can get your king to defend that d pawn in time and then pick up a pawn or 2.
Yeah, this is a good idea. Yeah.
But then again, yeah, you would also think that black can also snatch up your pawn while you're distracted as well.
Yeah, king here, right? But look, this is the move 39, 38. So they made this probably on the last second. So yeah, look at this. It's not enough now. So basically you're gonna keep the king on this side to guard also your bishop pawn, and the bishop is controlling this one. So how is this to win? Let's say king goes here, I go here. Oh. Because this bishop and the pawn should stuck together. Let's say this one. Here, and then to go here. So black cannot really enter anywhere close. I just made a draw, come on, it's easy.
Well, is there a win? Is the idea that...
Okay, let's check with the engine. Let's check with the engine. So this is current position. Let's see what the engine says here. This is the current position. Oh, sorry. And now we need the lines. Okay.
You see, this is like the endgame studies that we all say we're going to do and then never do. And this is where it comes into handy.
Oh, and look at this one. So you are going for this pawn. Sorry, this pawn. And let's say f6. Now you play king, so king stays here, with the pawn, and the bishop controls this. King goes here, and it will be Zugzwang situations.
And then the king gets to slowly pick off the pawns, and the bishop has control. That's why we should do endgame studies, I guess.
Yeah, endgames are super, super tricky and also very much needed. Yeah, not so easy. See, I think they will in the end use this. Like for instance, you play this one, and you pass the move, and somehow here you're Zugzwanged. If this one, then king goes here. If this one, king goes here. The engine is not very impressed with my decision because there is king here, and then you push the pawn, so you might even lose this one. So let's see what engine says. King goes here, you play bishop here. King goes here, you play bishop here. h4, you go back.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is difficult actually.
Do you think he'll find it?
Yeah, I think he'll find it.
Wow, and that's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference between grandmasters and everyone else there.
Because they have studied these positions, and when you are actually, it's your own game, right? So it's not something that they are looking at right now. They are thinking this for 5 hours, and they know all the nuances where the pawns should stand.
That's just pure calculation too.
Yeah.
It's, if they're good at calculation.
Yeah.
It's
and if
tough.
you know the evaluation, if you know that's winning, you're gonna find a way to win.
Of course.
So that's the thing. But this game was, I think, my favorite game in this round. It was so tactical and beautiful. Oh, well, this actually has been a really nice run. In round 5, and time passed so fast. Actually, I was worried a little bit because, like, when you're alone,
it's
covering
tough,
covering the games is so tough. Because it's always good to have a company.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank you so much
here.
for having me. It's been a lot of fun, and I appreciate you showing me. This is such a cool setup. I hope you all enjoyed.
Thank you. This has been Jules Gambit. You know her like that, and you guys, we're gonna come back soon. Back to you.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency, or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible. To reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival. A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges.
Player, I would just take here on g5 and threaten f7 and bishop to f6. This is one way to deal with it. There is another other way to go f7 and bishop to d4, but they're playing so fast. I really don't have any single time to cover this position and the line we have to go here. Bishop takes the pawn and rook to h6. Aravin here spent no second to play the best move in this position. Bishop is hanging, you lose this bishop, you cannot save your king, then white's bishop will get into the game. Rook to d6 has been played. I would suggest here queen to f1 once again to hit this pawn, but oh, that's a different position, so maybe here we need to find better move for white. There is queen to h1 as well to kick this bishop. To hit this bishop here, queen has to go on d7, and perhaps now we can take here. Let's take here, bishop to d4, hitting this one, pinning the rook. You cannot move your queen away, and if you move the rook away, there, I think knight can simply jump on h5. And that's going to be pretty much game over. Or you can also do just some simple moves as, for instance, bishop takes f6. Rook takes f6 and rook takes f6. You don't really need to bring any further pieces into the game because it's enough as all the black pieces are falling apart. So I think that's going to be one of the last moves here for black, and this game will collapse here for black very fast. White is thinking queen h1 is the move that I like very much. There are plenty other moves that can be played here. Knight h5 once again hits this bishop, preparing this one. There is also bishop to g5. You have to watch out of moves like this. Probably have to take here. Queen f1 is the move that I still like very much to play, but the best one for the moment that I can look for is queen to h1. In fact, I can actually check with the engine what's the best move and the shortest way to win. And oh, that's a queen to h1. It's a queen to h1. You want to take here, and the engine says that you have to play here with black king to g8. If you have to play king to g8, you are in a very, very big problems with black. I can just take here. Engine says queen to h5. I can't trust this engine anymore after suggesting queen to h5 move for whatever reason. I don't know. I didn't really like that move. But okay, it makes sense the bishop is not going anywhere, but why I cannot take this one? This is also winning. And the black's move that can be played is rook to d2. That's fancy though, that's really fancy. If you take with the bishop, there is e3 move, but they say chess is not checkers, so you are not forced to take it. Queen to h1 is on the board. I wonder if black plays king to g8 in this position and then rook to d2, or we might have here also resignation. That's another possibility in this position. Last few games in progress on the top boards. We're calling that VIP boards, VIP section of the boards, where all these high seated players are playing to have more space from the other players. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So let's see, black is about to play, or black is about to resign. We're gonna learn about that very soon. Let's see how the thing's gonna go here for black, actually, because things are going pretty fine for white here. This is absolutely winning position. If Arawin wins this game, he will be one of the first people who will be in the leader's position with 4.5 points, together with Inyan, Setraman, and Puranik, and many more. There are many players actually who are leading the competition. So resignation or not the resignation, that's the hardest moment to decide. Why black actually played the move and he went to rook to d7. Maybe it's too early to resign here. In this position, when you have one last chances, you are going to find that last chances. Now, as the rook is not on the 8th rank, maybe there will be some moves like perhaps knight to h5 to hit this bishop. When bishop moves away, then rook to f8 check. I like knight to h5. I'll do that on the board. Basically, you want to take and play bishop d4, or take with the rook. I don't know why I over-attack this bishop here, because it's already under many attacks. So the bishop goes on e5. Let's say if this is the safest one, and as the knight controls g7 square, there is no safety for the black's king. It's going to be a checkmate, so black has to go here, and it should be this check and checkmate. So I would say it will end up with a checkmate in this position. Queen to h5 has been found here by Aravin. He wants to give this check here on the board. Also a perfect move. Also a very strong move. Oh, not a checkmate, but also a very strong move here. Of course, if black makes any bad moves here, like weak moves, there will be checkmate. Like for instance, move like knight to f5 now will take the square from the king, and queen e8 will be strong move. Very difficult position for black indeed. Something went wrong here in this position. Something from the beginning, when black had this very bad bishop on f6. Still remains this bishop here. It has been always a problem. Now it's a problem again as the bishop hangs on the board. So there's another game on the progress, Wahab Sanal against Joseph Guril. But I'm going to say here, this is board 8 and seems quite peaceful. This game will end very soon, maybe in a draw. But this one that we have on the screen gonna end rather fast. So we have here board 8 on the screen. Today we have very nice activity after the last game ends here. The tournament is resumed. We're gonna have a gala dinner for all the players who are taking part in here, and I can actually already hear some of the festive noises outside, as our studio is very close to the restaurant, and I can hear that many players are already enjoying their moment. So here, black to play. On the camera, we do have another game. Maybe I can very quickly jump in here and double check the position. White has been quite active here on the other side of the board, on the black side of the board, but this is equal position by the pawns. The game is on one side here. Black plays safe game, it can be a draw. What can be the mistake here? Like, for instance, knight here, rook here, and lost this pawn. That's a mistake. That's a mistake you don't want to play, indeed. But, for instance, how about this move? How about this move? It's a white to move. Okay, so we go here, then I go here, guard, and defense this. Okay, if you play this one, maybe I will give you a check. Then probably you go king in here, and I don't know, I like knight to g5 in this position, hitting the pawn, guarding this one, and after this to get the knight. Maybe this is a dangerous territory, although maybe this is a dangerous territory for knight to be, and we have to be a little bit careful in the position. So we do have a game move on the board 4. So going back here, rook to e6 has been played in this position to avoid queen getting on e8. So that's not possible now anymore. Or it's possible. I feel like we can take this one. So let's try with h rook, then check, or f rook and then check. Let's take with this one, and then check, and then check. Oof, that's too strong. And if we take with this rook, we can calculate both moves. 3 minutes is more than enough to calculate everything here. Then this one, the rook is hanging. Maybe this is a chance for black, actually. Maybe this is a chance for black. So Arawin cannot be careless here. Still, Arawin needs to play very strong moves. I'm sure he's capable to find here in the 3 minutes. He will not have any 30 minutes increment anymore. He already passed the 40 moves once, and there will be no another time. So, but he has 30 seconds of increment for each move that he makes. All right. Let's wait here for a bit. Very important board 4, leaders board. And you guys, just a quick reminder, we do have 28,000, almost 28,000 euros prize fund for the event. We have 2 pools, pool A, pool B as well, and in total more than 400 participants from around 50 federations. And we have the moves. It has been rook h to f6, that's the correct move, rook h6, and now check, and after king to g7 there's knight to h5, and the game is over. There's also, after this move, there's also rook takes f6, queen takes f6, knight h5, or queen d7, king takes f6, and knight h5. Wait, let's check it out. Let's check it out, actually. Knight h5 here wins the game. That's obviously just a game over. It's a checkmate in, like, it's not a checkmate. Okay, it's not a checkmate. It's just a win a queen. That's enough. But I want to checkmate here. Is that possible? So I take here. If queen takes, I take rook. I play knight to h5. But if king takes, there's a check. You cannot really go anywhere. You have to play this move. Feels like a checkmate. Feels like a checkmate to me. Maybe here check. Anyway, let's see what they have played into the game after this check. Oh, there's bishop to g8. I'm sorry, I forgot about this move. I totally forgot about this move. Anyway, it's a bit position that after even the move that you missed, there is queen to e5 here, hitting this rook. You guard the rook. I'm gonna increase the pressure, maybe even taking the pawn, maybe to go here, just like that. Or if you don't want to allow black to open up with the check, maybe it's smarter to play knight to h5. Look at this bishop not taking part into the action. And now threatening knight f6, rook f6, queen f6. 3 pieces in attack, 2 pieces in defense. That means that you are winning that piece. I was always struggling when I started to play chess, when there were like overcrowded pieces on the board, like too many pieces attacking, too many pieces guarding, how I was winning the pieces, and I was like calculating with my fingers. But then I learned this technique that you have to calculate how many attackers you have, how many pieces can capture, and you can calculate how many pieces can defend. So if it's even, then the piece is safe. If it's less for one of the side, then piece is lost. As simple as it sounds. Okay. Queen f7, rook to f7 has been played, knight h5 has to be played. If you go here rook g5 or rook d4, I think after e3 we might find ourselves in trouble here with white, because after this move I think it just can take the pawn. There's a pin, but you cannot really take the rook because you have to give up your queen. So bishop cannot really move away. That's the black's final hope here in this position, to look for some blunders from black. But I don't see that happening from Aravin, who is 26-46 player. Very strong grandmaster from India. Yep. He's calculating now the moves. This is very logical move. There is also, oh, you can also go with this. So if queen takes, rook takes, bishop b4. Now there's no checking after this move. Knight goes in here. Winning easy position to play. And if rook takes here, now as there is nothing to hang, you can also play rook to bishop to d4 or bishop to g5 or knight to h5. In this position, I think knight h5 is the safest because it also controls g7 square and black cannot survive any more moves. Aravin thinking in this position? Oh, come on, it's easy. Move knight to h5. He sees that he just wants to double check 2 minutes before the 2 minutes the time that Aravin has, 6 minutes and 50 seconds that Liras Andreas has. More time on the clock, but not enough pieces indeed. All right, I'm seeing the other games as well, and they look very even. There is one very interesting game. I'm gonna take a look at that after we are done in here. So this is Duli Pal against Musard. Board 14, we're gonna take a look at that. Rook f6 has been played. Rook f6 has been played in this position. And white is just getting rid of the one pair of bishop, knight h5, bishop to d4, bishop to g5. Too many good moves here for white. And here we have queen takes, rook takes, and bishop d4 wins the game. Actually, I'm surprised that white went to this way. This is the clean way, but not winning on a spot. I think the other games, other moves are winning on a spot. With the queens on the board, you are just ending the game. Here we had a handshake, so after this move you play here, and the game is over. So they have a bit of chat, but Aravin wins very important game here. So out of top 5 boards, we do have actually 2 decisive results, and the rest of them were draw. So they have the moment of chat right now. They are analyzing the game. That's very nice to see, obviously. Players staying and being friendly to each other and sharing their own opinions. So this is another game in progress. And from this position, while played g4, knight went back, and here we have the trade of the pawns. Each trade of the pawns gets closer to the drawish endgame. So, well, I think they can save their energy and offer here a draw, because this looks quite equal. I'm sure white is pushing here. White has more space advantage, but the pawns are at the same file, and there is not enough. And in fact, black has no weaknesses in the position. So this game has been ended as well. Beautifully, bishop took to g4. Ooh, look at that. Rook to g2, sacrifice happened. Oh, this game actually ended in 2 moves from the moment we saw. Bishop f4, that's what we were suggesting. Rook to g2, now rook to g6, and just take here, because after capturing it back, there is a checkmate. Okay, perfect. Another game in progress. Here we can see that I thought black has an extra piece, and then I saw there is a bishop on c4. So you can imagine how bad is this bishop stuck between the pawns. There is no any black pawn that this bishop can attack. The king is there on the dark square. So in this kind of positions, knights are the strongest. Now white is trying to get something out of this position. Not easy. So how black can finalize this position? After king to g6, we can see here black is going back with a cup of coffee in his hands. I would say knight to d7 to somehow get this knight here, maybe even give a check. And whatever white is doing, like for instance, this kind of position can be such a relief for white to push this pawn to get this king here. I think white is just winning, so queens should not be traded, but after queen to g5, black has this check and the win of a queen. Or after this one, there is this, hold on. After this check, is there takes? We have this move at some point and to push, but it's too risky to do it now. So you can give a check, king can go back, and queen can give a check first. Then you can just try to take the bishop. If you give me a check, I played this one, and this is simply lost position because we are about to queen. All right. King to g6, and here black played knight to e8 with the same ideas. Queen g7 or queen to f6 wants to be played. We do have all the games actually on the top boards finished. This is board 14. The board 8 is in progress, but looks like very, very drawish. Even now, it looks even more drawish. So they're just making several more moves here. And by the gesture of the players, it seems that they are about to end their game by offer and draw, repeating the move. So here we have the repetition and draw offer has happened. So here we have a draw on this board, nicely done by both players. Well, they will not be joining the 4.5 point team in a leading, but they are actually very, very close, these two players. So I think the game was quite solid and very interesting. To sum up the game today, what we do have a first board between two Indians, Ainian and Suturaman draw. And on the second board, we have Hovrat Dominic winning the game against Raja Ratvik. something like that. Wait, I have to pronounce it. Ritvik, so that makes one player only the sole leader, 5 out of 5, and many more following him with the half point behind. And we have also Dominguez saving his game today in the round 5. He had really tough times against Pranav Anand, but he saved, and he is still in a game of the run to candidate seat against Wesley. So he needs to end the tournament with +2 rating points, which is so hard for him with his huge rating that he has, more than 2700 FIDE rating. Well, the other games that we can also take into the consideration from today's was Puranik against Abdisalimov. I think that was one of the craziest game from today. And we also had a bit of upset by FIDE Master 2400 Tarhan Adar from Turkey. He beat Kirill Alesenko with 1e3. So that's a big thing from today. You guys, it has been really lovely to cover all these games today in the round 5. Tomorrow we're going to have a day off, and we are coming back on Monday with more actions, round 6, and Michael on my side. So it's final goodbye from me today, and see you on Monday. Bye.